Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville, and welcome back to the high seas, as we call it, Armada Mondays. We've got something here, boy oh boy, look at the size of that thing. So this was the South Dakota that we painted in, I think it was our second Armada Monday stream. So this is still under the Washington Naval Treaty, so you're talking about 35,000 tons here. This is the Montana class. There's a bit of a difference in size, right? This was never built because right at the moment they were just about to do these, the shift to the aircraft carriers began. They needed to build more of those, so this kind of got this concept got scrapped, and it's wild to see the difference in size, right? Landrest, how you doing there, Gigabyte? Great to see you. So yeah, that is the mod. Oh wow, you know what? I'm looking at this. I'm not sure that's making it through the Panama. Maybe it is. So maybe that still could make it through the canal. I don't know. That's pretty tough. It's got the distinctive, straight edge along the sides there, but I don't know. That might not be able to make it through there, Ryan. How you doing? Great to see you. I hope that you're doing fantastic. Now let's look at this. This is the real comparison that I want to see. Yeah, that's pretty hilarious. So there's your Arizona versus Montana right there. Holy smokes. Uber Yeti, great to see you. Happy Monday. Well, Gigabyte, don't show it just yet, cause there's you want to let some folks in here. But Gigabyte, once there's some folks in here, if you want to post that in the chat, that'd be fabulous. So we're gonna do the usual here. We're not gonna do any sort of no dazzle camo or anything like that. Oh, hey, Armored Wolf. Sorry, I wasn't able to give you any more advanced warning. I was desperately filming. Oh, do I have the color chart here? Ah, I do. Yeah. So I was trying to film a video here. Here's one of the color charts we made. This is the reclaimed Earth colors, Armored Wolf. So yeah, I was doing a video here. I literally finished it maybe I don't know 20 minutes ago or something like that. So we'll try and get that edited and rendered and then hopefully posted at some point tonight. So yeah, sorry about that, Armored Wolf. I know that it was not the easiest show this weekend. Yeah, Gigabyte. I'm sure there's probably a little bit of shininess too that happens, right? I mean, it's okay. So, but same thing there, Ryan. If you want to wait a little while before you share any of your stuff there in the chat, that'd be great. So, Landress, did you come up with the design for that? I meant to ask you. So, Armored Wolf, what was interesting is that the rust red is finally the closest thing that I've seen to just our regular Terra Rosa of anything. The brown ochre is essentially uh, burnt burnt umber, except more opaque, because I actually compared it to one of our burnt umber color charts and from Williamsburg, and it looked identical, looked exactly the same. Except we all know that burnt umber is not exactly that's not exactly an opaque color, is it? Yeah, so yeah, I didn't want to bug you early on, and then I was with that stupid video. I had no idea. It's like, okay, I thought this was going to be over with an hour ago. Then I was trying to desperately get this thing prepped because I had it printed, but I obviously these water effect things, right? They take a little while to dry. So that was really wild to see just how opaque that was down here. And again, you can really see that is very classic Terra Rosa. Everything is usually, well, here's the classic. This is everything else. Everything else is always like Mars red. This is the first thing that's like Terra Rosa. Now, the Mars violet you can see here, that's got much more violet here than the Williamsburg Mars violet did. Now, this is the big surprise. I was expecting this was going to be my yellow. Yeah, it wasn't quite like the Mars Yellow Deep. So that was pretty fascinating to see that difference. Yeah, let's just get some more of this now. They do have the hull here pretty dark. I may not do much more than that. Now, obviously, this is a unicorn ship, so we could, in theory, paint just about anything we wanted on here. So yeah, the figure that I painted, it was well, I needed to do a large scale figure, so we kind of worked in a large scale figure. It was a little bit of a skin tone tutorial. Painted that thing with 5 colors: white, black, and those three. That was it. That's all there was. So I know people have also wanted to see something like that. So it kind of covers a whole bunch of different things. To see those side by side was really interesting too. So let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it still is 5, but I'm fairly certain those are 6-inch guns. Those are not the usual 5s that you see in all the other. Well, these. Oh yeah, those are definitely not 5s. So yeah, we will not be doing the Dazzle camo like what you see on the South Dakota there. This is just our, as we like to call it, Radiant Indigo here. That's all it is. Get a little bit more of the paint off of this thing. Maybe we'll kind of use it in some of these other locations first. You got your float plane launchers back here. I think the biggest difference between this and the Iowa class is definitely here on the stern, because they had to make room for that 4th super firing triple turret there. Hey there, Erda Michael. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing okay there, Erda Michael. Let's get some more of our. Again, that's what we like to call Radiant Indigo. That's just ice blue. That's from Gamlin. So Green Fairy. Oh, sorry. I thought Green Fairy was in here, because I know Green Fairy got a new shipment of stuff today. I wanted to make sure that he had a chance to share that. Now, Artemichael, hopefully, I know you were trying to do some new things there, right? Trying to get a new income source going and everything. I hope that's going all right. So Gigabyte, there is no thinner in this right now. There is 0 thinner in this. This is that that's kind of an acrylic thing, right? Because the acrylics, well, in comparison to the oil paints, which is like putting on that nice smooth restaurant butter, acrylic paints are sort of like, oh, I don't know, super glue, peanut butter, gravel mixed together. That's about how smooth those go on. So with the oils, you don't necessarily have to put in a ton of thinner or even any thinner to technically have that thin over thick, right? This most definitely qualifies as thin for sure. Yeah, Artemico, well, that's what made lawn darts so fun, right? That certainly made lawn darts a lot of fun. Also painting Moonlight Mini sculpts. How you doing there, Moonlight Minis? Thank you so much. It's a couple of dozen right there. Giga Gigabyte, I've been going straight from the tube for years. I think the last time I used those was maybe 2 years ago, possibly at least like 2.5 years ago. There was just the only reason I made those was because I was trying to replicate the MIG ammo oil brushers, and then I did them like that because it kind of gave some folks the idea that maybe it was still somewhat similar to acrylics, and it didn't freak them out as much. But yeah, I just been working straight out of the tube for, well, pretty much since 2021. I would have to say probably late 2021. So Moonlight Minis, I hope that you're doing well. Everybody, please give Moonlight Minis a follow. And of course, Moonlight Minis, if you want to share anything, your Etsy page and all your recent stuff, please go ahead and do that. Nice to see you back, Kino. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Monday. So, Bethany, I hope that you're doing well. Thank you so much. Actually, Bethany, if you wanted to post anything early on too here, please go ahead and do that. Now, speaking of early stages, right? Early stages here. Things must be messy before they can be neat. Speaking of Etsy pages, you can get these on the Armored Wolf Etsy page. Another favorite right here, the Think Less, Do More. Right, I've seen people literally just, well, wow, they just outthink themselves to the point where they're not even painting anymore. And of course, this is a huge, huge one right here. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. Oh, that's right, Uber Yeti. I hope that you're able to get those. So yeah, gigabytes. It's just one of those things that also too every oil color has a different consistency, right? Let me see those color charts that I was just showing here. Let me show you the new one actually, the fresh brand new one. These color charts also show you how the paint handles. You can see here how we were almost having to scrape the paint along here, whereas here you could see how that just flowed really easily. This one flowed easily. These two not so much. Even here there was a little bit of a little kind of a scratchy thing going on there. That's what again these color charts show multiple layers of possibilities here. Let me see if I can find the one with the Severus blue. Is this that? There it is. So you can see that just really flowed across there. There was no struggle to try and get it to move to this side. Now, yeah, Gigabyte, less is more, and of course, more is always way too much, right? Yeah, so Moonlight Minis, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And just like Moonlight Minis was saying, you can't beat constant practice, right? Now, Moonlight Minis, it's interesting this week. I think it was maybe over the weekend or whatever. The American Academy of Art, that's the place where I went to art school. They closed down, and of course, there's all these folks, lots of alumni, posting all kinds of pictures and such. And it's pretty wild to be seeing people posting stuff that they painted at the academy, or pictures of teachers, and lots of those stories being traded back and forth, and even people showing their concept sketches before doing watercolors and such. Everybody, please check out moonlightminis.com if you could. And again, please give Moonlight Minis a follow too. So yeah, Gigabyte, I know they're not the most interesting, fascinating things to do ever, but there is a serious benefit to doing those color charts, because they will give you an indication. Okay, how is this paint potentially going to handle in this situation or that situation? You know what? I need to get me a little more light on that stack over there. Touch more over here. So Ryan, I wasn't sure if you wanted to share anything in the chat now. There's more folks here and such. Those have to be at least 6-inch guns there in the secondary mounts now. So again, here's your Washington Naval Treaty, South Dakota. So the Iowas were bigger than these. This is the Montana class right here. Again, this is definitely not exactly Washington Naval Treaty. Now, it wasn't exactly 80,000 tons either, but still. So yeah, that's all we've been doing. Now, of course, now we switch gears a wee smidge here. Oh, wow. Oh, the other thing too is that at first I was thinking that this was a bit like the Yeah, so you know what the heck? Let's throw this out here. So this is that brown ochre here. I'm just going to chuck it over here where the asphaltum usually goes. So here again, this was in the tutorial video, but now we're seeing a live use of it. And again, the rust red is really just a pretty much a carbon copy of our classic Winsor Newton. Oh, you know what? Here, let me do this. Let's get some stuff on our water here. We need to do that as well. Ah, here we go. Here's a filbert. Let me grab this. Some Prussian blue, some phthalo green, and let's start to do our water here. Let's get a move on with this. So everybody, please check out the Insta link that Ryan just shared. Same heavy gloss gel for the water effects here, as always. Same piece of plastic card like we've done for all the other ships. I mean, it was hilarious. I had one cut out for another aircraft carrier, only to see it's yeah, we're not going to be able to use that for this. The one I cut for an aircraft carrier barely made it to the bow. That is just how this is bigger than an Essex class. Because I know, because I printed out the Essex class. And of course, these are meant to be to scale to each other. So it's not me printed bigger or whatever. This is just how big it actually is, or was supposed to be. More, I guess it's a little more accurate. Again, they were about to start the construction on these, but then the resources went to build in, well, the Essex class, and of course all the escort carriers, which is why Kentucky and Illinois, two Iowa class battleships, those were never made. The Kentucky got further along to the point where they actually finished the hull. They were just starting to put in the barbettes, and then they stopped because, well, it was pretty clear there wasn't going to be a need for it. I'm going to try this here. That's the brilliant green, which we haven't had a chance to utilize this very much yet. We'll be coming back with a little bit of a glaze type of thing in here too. Hey there, Valfira. I hope that you're able to bask in some more birthday enjoyment there, even after the 4th of July stream, where we did, let's see, that whole Band of Brothers set. We'll certainly be getting down to more of those. So great to see you there, Valfira. So right there, that's the first dot of thinner that I've actually thrown on the paints here, just to kind of get things underway. Let that flow a little bit easier right in that area. Some more of our light on this side here. Just trying to utilize a little bit of the brilliant green light. That is from Richardson. Right up against the hole there. Again, not going to be doing anything with any kind of dazzle camo here. We need to start to lighten up what we've got going on here with the churn. And as you can see, it's starting to pick up all the colors that are here. So this is a dry brush, right? Right, Moonlight Minis, but it's it's kind of more like a damp brush because look, it's mixing. Even though it's a dry brush, we're still mixing things wet into wet. It's the it's the wettest dry brush ever. Hey there, Mom. How you doing? Great to see you again. Everybody, please say hello to Mom. Get more of my light up in here. Yeah. So great to see you, Recoil. Rico's mom. I hope that you've had a good start to your July and that you got to see some of the fireworks videos. I think I'll have to send more to Recoil. I think I only maybe sent him 2 or 3. Yeah, I gotta send Recoil some more fireworks videos for you. Let's put it this way, I don't think that Squeak would have enjoyed being around here very much on 4th of July or, well, any time in the last week. Would have been a wee bit noisy. Extend this in a couple of places here. We'll extend that out. You can see how we'll be coming back in there with some of our Prussian blue and our phthalo green. We're also going to be doing some of our pin line washed up, but I wanted to at least toss this out here first. So yeah, Moonlight Minis, that was very unexpected news. I mean, I knew that it was not exactly, well, because of the whole accreditation battle that would never seem to end. They were doing things like English classes and math classes and all this other kind of stuff instead of just being a art school, essentially an art trade school. And I think that whole loss of focus, I'm actually surprised they sort of lasted as long as they did. Let's try using these guys here. Oops, well that one's a little too crunchy, so we're going to use another one here, like maybe this one. It's just, yeah, I actually have to get all the stuff out of there we were just using in that last video. That's how recently it was that I was still painting that tutorial video, is that this brush never actually got cleaned out. There's still a bunch of our basically substitute Terra Rosa in there. Indigo, Prussian blue. It's going to go out here. And just like all of our other dry brushes stuff, see how that's going to blend together a little bit with the dry brush? That's about even more of our indigo out there. All right, there we go. So, got that established. Let's get to our phthalo green Prussian blue. In here. Just like we did there, you can see how that's all of a sudden there's not quite so much of the rough texture there. And then, of course, we can go a whole lot lighter than this. We'll wait on that. I'm not going to do that right now. Again, you can see how that kind of takes away some of the rough texture in there. And of course, the other thing too, right? Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. That's also in the book of Wapple. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. If you got a death grip on that brush, that's where you're also more likely to be removing previous applications. Hey there, Recoil. So Recoil, I hope that you're doing fantastic there. So yeah, Recoil, I think I'll just send you some more of the fireworks vids. I think, Recoil, I might have showed you the longest print that I've ever done now at 25 hours. That was one of the Conquest Creations terrain pieces. It was all a one-piece building. And it's all part of basically his Minas Morgul themed terrain. There, okay. Oh, actually, recoil. I saw this. I don't know if I'll be able to bring this thing up here easily, but let me see if I can try here. Ah, here it is. Okay, so I guess down in Hobart, this is something. This is a proposed stadium down here for Hawthorn. Well, we'll see how this goes. Um, I mean, that's for a footy pitch right there. That is pretty massive. That's like a round football stadium. Now, Valfera, consider that the Bamboo X1 is 3 times faster than the Ender and all the other printers that are out there. Then you are getting into that 70, basically about 75 hours worth. So think of this as for you, it was 75 hours. Because yeah, the Bamboo X1 operates about 3 times faster than, especially the Ender series and such. Because I think I sent you the pictures of that, right, Valfera? So recoil. So what is the Hobart team going to be called? Because I haven't seen anything about another expansion team. Because, well, let me see. Just you've had a lot of expansion recently. I think GWS was the latest team. Obviously, Gold Coast. Uh, Maybe it is just Gold Coast and GWS were the latest. Although I still think that Port Adelaide was an ad. Was an ad. See what I did there? Hey there, Grand Oracle. So look at Washington Naval Treaty era, Unicorn era right here. So yeah, that's your Washington Naval Treaty right there. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. And here we got the. So there's your Arizona. My question is, despite this hull design, I'm not sure that's fitting through the Panama Canal. I really don't know about that. Uh, that's quite the truth, right? Right, Valfera? I can only imagine what their logo might be. Yeah, let me go more towards the blue here. Yeah, Grand Oracle. There was no sleep pad, that's for sure. There was no sleep Thursday into Friday, no sleep Friday into Saturday. I was trying to get stuff filmed Sunday into Monday. Oh, actually, Grand Oracle, speaking of which, where'd that cohort shirt just go? This is the video that I just finished right before the stream. This is with those Gamlin reclaimed earth colors. So this is the first thing I've seen that actually looks like Terra Rosa. Everything else basically just looks like this. You can see the difference between their essentially Mars Violet. This was the biggest surprise. Effectively, that's an ultra opaque burnt umber, which also a surprise. Was not expecting something like that. So 1 second here. Let me let me do something real quick. I think I might have forgotten to turn the air conditioner back on. Sure enough, forgot to turn the air conditioner back on. Like, Okay, 81 degrees in here is kind of toasty all of a sudden. Let me double check. Okay, so there we go. There we go. We're starting to get there now. Now, so recoil can confirm it's going to be the Tassie Devils there. So Grand Oracle, as soon as the stream is over, I'll be editing and rendering that, and then it'll go up on the channel tomorrow, or on the Patreon page tomorrow. Of course, we still are waiting about jury duty, so if I'm streaming next Thursday, then you know that if I'm streaming on Thursday, you know I did not have jury duty. So yeah, I was using the microwave, which meant I had to turn off the air conditioner, and then sadly forgot to turn the air conditioner back on again. So it's going to be toasty in here for a while. So yeah, recoil. The D's. It's kind of funny. I've heard them referred to as the D's so often. I was like, the demons. Who are the demons? I'm like, oh yeah, that's Melbourne. Yeah, that's your Melbourne right there. Like, demons. Who are the demons? Grand Oracle. It's a gigantic. When Kathy got this whatchamacallit, this microwave, it was much bigger than she was expecting. And if you run it on the higher power levels, like 9 or above, then it can trip. If you're doing it anywhere less, like I've run it even earlier today, I had it at 7. It was fine. I think I've even taken it as high as 8. But yeah, you do a 9 or 10, that's where your potential going to make things go boom. Again, only because it's a massive microwave and a 12,000 BTU air conditioner. So let's see, there's 21 teams in the league right now, right, Recoil? And I'm guessing that Port Adelaide was one of the latest expansion teams before Gold. Well, maybe, I don't know. I don't know about West Coast Eagles. They've probably been around for a while, but I just was thinking that for some reason, or maybe even, I'm not sure if the Roos have been around for a long time in North Melbourne. Maybe there's 21 games, Recoil, or 21 rounds. Well, somebody tick off. Now let's see. St. Kilda, Western Bulldogs, Sydney Swans, which I guess lost to St. Kilda in a rather dramatic fashion this last weekend. St. Kilda was Kathy's team. Mine was the Western Bulldogs. Then you've got Greater Western Sydney. You have, well, the Melbourne D's, which we were just talking about. You have North Melbourne Kangaroos, Carlton Blues, Port Adelaide Power. You've got the Adelaide Crows, Hawthorn Hawks, Geelong Cats, Collingwood Magpies. Who are we leaving out here? Oh, Essington Bombers, Richmond Tigers. I think we already did the Adelaide Crows, right? Yeah, we did them. Let's see. West Coast Eagles. And no, I do not have the AFL.com website up. Grand Oracle, I've actually seen pictures of the Kentucky hull being towed for scrapping, and you can see the holes for the barbettes. The Illinois, I guess they never really even got that far with it, because as a kid I always wondered why was there never a battleship named Illinois when there was like 13 Wyomings. There was a bunch of Colorados. I'm like, well, wait a minute, how come there's two or three of these? So yeah, Greater Western Sydney, the Giants. That's the most recent expansion. Oh, and Gold Coast Suns. That was the expansion team before them, right? And that was the big controversy when Denny Ablett went from, oh gosh, he went from Geelong to there. So they did two Iowa class hulls. Again, one was Kentucky, one was Illinois. Kentucky was much further along. They were just about to start doing, again, superstructure, turrets, and all that kind of stuff. Not at that time, that's for sure. You have to think back then, where were the industrial centers? Where was a lot of this stuff being manufactured? Actually, Grand Oracle, I wish that they would go back to naming aircraft carriers after, say, I don't know, Revolutionary War battles. That would be really nice if they did that. But who knows, Grand Oracle? Let's see. They tend to be mostly the western states, except well, let's see. Well, except for Wisconsin, New Jersey. I mean Iowa, Midwest. You can see how that's nice. See how that's blending very nicely now. Nice and easy. It started out kind of as a dry brushy thing, but now we got some paint around here. I'm using that brilliant green light. That's the stuff from Richardson this time around. So, well, Pennsylvania was an old battleship at that time. That was the one that was sitting in dry dock during Pearl Harbor. Again, it is really wild to see not just the size difference, but also your design difference, right? You have casemated guns, open mounts here, and I'm pretty sure these are 6-inch mounts. Are those? I don't think those are fives. I'm pretty sure those have to be sixes. I believe that Utah was actually a target ship, which is interesting that that was one of the ships that was sunk at Pearl Harbor. That doesn't really get talked about very much. That, yeah, and it's still there. Most of it is still there. Of course, too, you had Shaw, which is one of the more popular images of Pearl Harbor. You would think, well, that was the end of that. It was just a destroyer. But basically, the entire bow was blown off, and they patched that up, and it sailed back and was rebuilt. Okay, let's see. I'm going to get some of this off the bread. Did we ever? Yeah, we got our fast matte white out here. I might also, yeah, let me get a little bit of this here thinner on that. Start breaking that down. So Moonlight Minis, hopefully you got everything all set for ReaperCon. I know that just keeps getting closer and closer and closer. And if you wanted to share any new work or something like that in the chat, please go ahead. Here we are. Grand Oracle, what's interesting is that even the brilliant violet looks kind of yellow until you mix it with something and it starts tinting it. That's the interesting thing about this green. It barely looks even green. Now, where's the yellow? Ah, there it is. But this, to me, it's so. Oh no, that's the brilliant green. Where the heck is the yellow here? There it is. In some ways, this is a bit closer to the brilliant yellow. I mean, look at that. There's no difference there when you actually use them. And I don't know if you saw the latest video. Was the one with the, I almost said Payne's Gray, but the one where we were utilizing the different Mars black colors as well. Trying to get me a little there. We have a little bit more of our lightest light in a few spots here. So recoil. This is the Montana, or the Montana class, which was never built. They were just about to start constructing these right around the time of the Battle of Midway, but the emphasis was on carriers because first of all they realized that things were a changing, obviously right after Pearl Harbor on multiple levels, and of course when they lost Yorktown in the Battle of Midway, so they needed carriers and they needed them fast. So all available resources went to building the Essex class carriers, and also, well, your I don't know if it was Casablanca class, but you had the couple of different escort carriers. They started building those. I think they built dozens and dozens of those escort carriers. I think they could hold maybe 20 planes on them about. Sorry about that, Moonlight Minis. Well, on both levels, I do understand. Well, I understand both of those things. Yeah, I can understand the whole thing with printers too. So yeah, Moonlight Minis. That was always the thing about the frozen printers, getting spare parts for them. Like you say, you're better off just getting a new printer like you did there. Enjoy that. And now you have some spare parts around for when the other ones maybe have an unfortunate lack of working. So Grand Oracle, I think you've heard me talking about how instead of trying to pick up another X1, people keep telling me that the new ones are not that far away, that are bigger. So I think I might just wait for the new, and just get that. We'll see how that goes. Now, again, this is that new. This is the new color here. This is that brown ochre. And that is going to go down in here for our deck color, like so. Actually, Moonlight Minis, I did have a weird incident with one of the Mono X's, and just as a just in case, I got a I think it was a Mono X2 because those were 179 bucks. So I have one of those sitting here now. Again, it's kind of a just in case type of a thing. Thank you so much, Sarge. I hope that you're doing well. Well, it's only 11:16, so it couldn't have been a horrible day there. Let's see. I was also glad that in the last week, I picked up a few things of the PLA mat from Elegoo, because it just happened to be at 42 bucks for 4 of them. And I just checked today, and it's back up to 49. So I'm glad I got them when I did. So Sarge, I hope that you had yourself a fabulous Monday. Well, as good as it could be, right, at work and everything. Now, regular shift. So is it, well, actually, Sarge, with it being back to a regular shift, does it make ReaperCon a little bit easier to prepare for? Yeah, actually, that is one of the many things I have to do after the stream here is to also get down there and clean out the last sets of prints that both machines made. Right now, Bambi is printing off another piece of Conquest Creations terrain. So yeah, Grand Oracle. This is it's that brown ochre stuff, which is essentially like a very opaque burnt umber, and that's we're just using it here for the deck stuff. Something wicked this way is come this way though. That would be Wicked Minis. Everybody, please give Wicked Minis a follow. And Wicked Minis, thank you so much for the raid. No, that's not Wikipedia. That's Wicked Minis. Nice to see you again there, Space Nifty. I hope that you're doing well. So, Wicked Minis, thank you so much for the raid. As you can see, it's back to Armada Mondays again. This is uh, this is the Montana class, which was never made. Let's compare it to a South Dakota class. So this is a treaty, Washington Naval Treaty ship right here. So you're looking at about 35 to 37,000 tons here, whereas this was more like 60 to 65. I think maybe 67,000 fully loaded. You can a little bit of a difference in size. Actually, we haven't compared the Roma to this yet. So yeah, see the Roma a little bit bigger there. Again, this met a rather unfortunate end, just like this ship did. That would be your Arizona right there, and like just a teensy bit of a size difference right there. Yeah. Oh, let's see what we got. Here it is. Here it is. Hey, War Squirtle, nice to see you there. And again, Space Nifty, I hope that you're doing well. So, Wicked Minis, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do so. Let me see. Extra last stream, we were doing some more of our icy Galadrim elves. I think these are just about dry enough to where I can actually add the ice to them. Now, these were some of the old GW figures. So if you remember the Lord of the Rings movies, and of course the elves weren't actually at the Hornburg, but in the movie they were. This is Haldir right here, and then you'll recognize one of these as, again, another one of the Galadrim elves right there. So that was our last stream. We did 3 of those. Of course, the stream before that, we were working on some of our fabulous Warlord games, Bolt Action, U.S. Airborne. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Wicked Minis just shared. Please give Wicked Minis a follow. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I wasn't sure if you had heard anything about whatever potential new printer that Bamboo's going to be doing that would essentially be a larger version of the X1. Everybody, please give Night Whisper a follow. And Night Whisper, if you want to please post some of your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat, that would be sensational. Yes, indeed. All right, so again, this is sort of the equivalent of a burnt umber here. There. Now we'll be coming back with some of our Mars Yellow Deep, I think, to lighten that up. Indigo, Mars Black here. Just gonna start breaking that down now. More of this. This will be even more like a pin line wash. We're using our regular oil paints here like we do. So nice to see you there, Sam's Mini Painting. Sam's, if you also wanted to share any of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. So great to see you again there, Sam's. Well, hey, Night Whisperer, you see who's in chat. So yes, everybody, you can see this is again is from Moonlight Minis, who's also in the chat with us right there. That was a very recent, very spectacular piece there by Moonlight Minis. Sam's mini painting. That sounds fantastic. Sure, it must have been really fun. If you have any, if you wanted to post any images of that, that will be fine too. So here we are on the, I believe these were 16s here on your Montana class. Yeah, let's get some more of our dark up here as well. So yeah, Sam's mini paint. That'll be fabulous. I really wish that there was time to do some sculpting here. That would be so much fun. I really enjoy that, just not something that I get to do. So again, everybody, please check out that post from Night Whisper, because well, we've been talking to Moonlight Minis here right during the stream. If you go check that out, you'll get a chance to really see what that looks like with some paint on it. Of course, we will be coming back with some of our light here. We're just sort of putting some of our darks in place here again, using a little bit of a pin line wash method here. And it's Lee McCall, right? I think it's Coco's Minis Grand Oracle. That's what got me confused, because I wanted to tag him on Instagram, and I didn't realize it was Coco's Minis was where I should tag him. So Roland, I think I saw the same pictures that you're talking about. They emphasized that the Golden Throne, or the Throne of Medjugorje, was exactly the same as it was in the movies. So you could definitely see there was a lot of closely matched imagery right in those couple of scenes that they showed. Now, the one thing I did here is that Helm Hammerhand. I thought it was going to be, well, all about Helm Hammerhand, but it's Helm. He will be in there. He's, I don't want to say he's a secondary character in his own story, but that's kind of how this is probably going to go. Since I have not seen, well, let me see. The number of anime movies I've seen might be 0 or less, so I can't really speak to that. But, I mean, it seemed fine to me. I just thought, well, since it's animated, that actually reduces a lot of weird little problems, right? Of, okay, well, locations, doing all this CGI stuff to try and make the live action stuff blend. Well, don't have to worry about that. It should be interesting to see Valfira with the film noir. Now that we got this little bit of the brown in here, I think it's going to almost just look like there's nothing there. That you won't really even be able to see the fact that we've kind of added that brown, that warm color. At least that's my speculation. Let's see what happens here, Valfira. Ooh, you know what? Let's have this one out or two. Okay. So let's have our Arizona and Montana out here, and let's do this. Arizona, look at that. I mean, okay, you can see some stuff in the water and a few vaguely lighter shapes. That's it. You would not think of these as colorful, right? But even now you can see there's a difference. We get closer to 50%. Getting to almost there we go. So look at that difference, right? It's very subtle, But we have literally red, yellow, and blue there, and some green, but you just don't see it until you do the film noir, which is that is just the craziest thing, right, Velfira? Of course, it never gets old, right? Film noir never gets old. That's right. I'm gonna have to do a baseball jersey for film noir. Now I think we're going to maybe fool around with some lighter stuff here. Let me see what this brush looks like here. So nope, that is the Gamlin stuff like we were talking about here. These are the reclaimed earth colors. Is that the rust red? Yeah, there's the again, this is the one that looks just like Terra Rosa. And then this is the violet. And where's that color chart thing? So now that you saw those, again, this was the biggest surprise. This is the one we just put on there right now. So that's the brown ochre. Again, that's from Gamma. This is the Mars colors from Williamsburg up here. There's your rust red. And there's your comparison between the Mars violet and the iron violet. Hey there, Consumed. How you doing? Hey, Acid Burn. Nice to see ya. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Monday. So not this year, Moonlight Minis. I told Reaper Dave that the earliest I could possibly think about doing was 2025 because all of the stuff that has to be done on the house, if I keep delaying that because of conventions, it'll be 2027 before that gets done. Now, speaking of these different rust colors and everything else, I mean, weathering is fantastic, right? People want to use the oils for that. I would have used the oils for these and for everything. Fanchon red or Naphthol red would have been absolutely fantastic. Would have been easier to do all the checkerboard patterns. And of course, well, that Mars Yellow Deep would have been very good for all of these golds here. Would have been fantastic. And of course, for these vehicles, see all of those open housings there on the treads? It was almost like having to paint two sets of treads tracks on everything. Because they're all wide open and all those crazy gears and everything. Look at this. There's another one. You had to paint there was no hiding anything on there. Then this is just a tiny portion. This is a tiny portion of what there was. And then there's this thing, which was kind of like painting on about 7 Land Raiders. That the resin piece there up on top, that's about 5 pounds of resin up there. And of course, as you can see, look at all this. There's a giant telescope. I believe there were 5 of those plasma cannons on there. Everything is wide open. And when it's all articulating. Yes, and there's all the gears and everything. So that was about the equivalent of painting around 6 Land Raiders or so. That was some pretty savage stuff right there. So thank you so much, Consumed. I appreciate that, and you have a fantastic night there. And have yourself a great night's sleep, for sure. Speaking of great night's sleep, I'm glad that you had a little bit of extra time there with a certain entity deciding to take a nap. That's fantastic. So, Esteburn, I hope that you're doing really well. If there's anything that you wanted to post in chat, stuff maybe that you have been doing, please go ahead do that. So glad you could come on in here. So yeah, this is all part of our, as we like to call it, Armada Mondays. Now before, we were doing those, Armada ships from Mantic. There's still some ships left to paint, but there's not all that many. So I thought, well, let's see if we can introduce doing some historical ships, and of course all these fabulous 3D printed ones from Lee McCall just happened to become available. Thanks to Grand Oracle and Valfera for finding these files. So appreciate them doing the research so that I did not have to be looking around. These have been really fantastic. And so many more I'm looking forward to. Again, I kind of taken a little bit of a pause from the Regia Marina. We'll get back to that next week. This was one I was going to paint on July 4th, but again, remember we did 4 of our Warlord. Oh, and I think this is plenty dry now. I can get my flock and foliage on there. Recoil, I think they're going to be making. There's supposed to be another new fleet. I don't remember what it is, but there's also I guess like these flying units Recoil that are also part of Armada. So they might kind of expand that way too by adding more of that to Armada. I wish I could remember Recoil what that new fleet was supposed to be. My apologies. It was told to me at Adepticon, but Adepticon that was intense. So I remember nothing like that from Adepticon. That's for sure. Nice to see you there, Doji. I hope that to do it very well. So Doji, I was filming the video with those Gamlin reclaimed Earth colors. I think of all of them, my favorite was the Rust Red, which is finally a color that matches the Winsor Newton Terra Rosa. Instead of being a much darker, redder version of Terra Rosa, it's actual just Terra Rosa. It's not too difficult to get Gamlin paints there, is it, Doji? That'd be fantastic, Acid Burn. Not so much about the pneumonia stuff, but about the new set that you have there. So Doji, I know it's probably there are like 200 things that you would love to be able to get to during your vacation there. I wasn't sure if you have one kind of overarching, this is the must-do goal here over your vacation time. That's good, Doji. Now the one thing I would say is that cost-wise, they are not the same. I think they would almost be the equivalent of a Series 3. I don't. Do they even have a series on it? Where the heck did those things go? Yeah, there's no series on it. It's somewhat limited information here on the label. Reclaimed iron oxide. Reclaimed iron oxide. Now this one's very different. This one's totally different than the other one. That says reclaimed iron oxide. So not exactly a lot of info right there. Now Doji, I think people have asked about the old Hollands, and I know we were asking you. Do you think that they're, a decent thing for miniatures? And I think you said they're functional, not necessarily you could just only use these choice, but some of them do actually kind of work a little bit. Yeah, Recoil, I don't want to say disappointed, but I was a little bit bummed to look there and see that there was no other pigment information besides, slag. I mean, that's basically what they're made out of, is slag. Actually, Armored Wolf he posted me a link to that, and the idea is it's kind of it's a cleanup site, and they actually built a tiny paint factory right by the cleanup site, and the idea is that as they're recovering this material, they take it and they repurpose it into well, into paint. So that's the one recoil. That's it. That's gambling. If you check out the story, yep, that is exactly what they're doing, which I just thought was really interesting. And of course, well, Doji, it was the cobalt teal bluish that kind of, I don't know, what do you say, broke the door wide open on the whole iron oxide thing. So oxide of cobalt and titanium. So cobalt oxide, as opposed to cobalt blue, what made that super super opaque. Doji, that's we were just talking about. Actually, I have the brilliant green light out on the palette. This is really the most extensive use I've made for it outside of the one video. It's interesting, that's for sure. Because I was wondering, Doji, that could it be an alternative to Brilliant Yellow Pale, and also then be a little bit easier because it's easier for you to get Gamlin than it is Williamsburg, right? Rico, I mean it might not be, but boy, it sure sounds like it must be the same folks, right? Oh yeah, by the way, 1 hour ago this had no paint on it, so just throwing that out there. So the old Holland has a brilliant yellow. Okay, well that's good to know, Doji. Uh, you'll have to keep reminding me because I'll probably forget. So if you don't mind, every so often reminding me about the old Holland color there, I'll try to remember for folks, especially folks in the EU and such. I'm glad that the Williamsburg stuff is also not as much of a hassle for you to get. Is this going to be too light here? I don't think so. No. I'm going to roll with this here. Can you see what we're doing there? Yeah. I don't believe I zoomed out, so I think we're zoomed in pretty close here. Let me get some of the light here on these barrels. So again, as a programming note, I'll no idea what's happening for, well, really Thursday, Friday, or whatever, because we have to wait and see what happens with that jury duty thing. So that wouldn't surprise me, recoil. In fact, because it makes sense, because Gamlin is, I believe, they're based out in the West Coast, and I think that's in Pennsylvania, right? I don't think there's a lot of coal mines and stuff in out west. So I think it like just like you're saying, it's a outfit out east doing that. More machine gun mounts there. Some mooring cleats here. We're also going to have to get some lighter stuff going on with the deck there. So Irid, they were just about to start building these when the Battle of Midway happened, and at that point, they were realizing that the aircraft carrier reigned supreme. Also, they needed to build more of those, so the resources went from this, and also the other two Iowa classes, the Kentucky and Illinois, that basically those resources, that time and such, that went to building Essex class carriers, which I have one printed out, by the way, and then of course all those dozens and dozens of escort carriers. So Irid, great to see you here, and of course Irid, if you want to post your Pinterest links, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Eridican Wife a follow, and I assume that Thursday 7 Pacific is your next stream. So yeah, because there was two more of the Iowa class that were supposed to be built. Kentucky was further along than Illinois was. Again, they basically completed the hull, and they were just about to start again throwing in the barbettes and the turrets, and then doing the rest of the superstructure. And then they just kind of realized, well, we don't really need those, especially since they had all of the kind of updated, reconstructed Pearl Harbor ships that they could just throw out there. So Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time, Erity's Can Wife is going to be doing that next stream. So everybody, please give Erity Can Wife a follow so that you can be there when that gets going. Everybody, also please check out that Pinterest link that Erity Can Wife shared. Keep going with some of this later stuff here. So they definitely just kind of said, well, the only thing we would really use these for is for shore bombardment and escorting carriers. And even then, they were starting to realize there was better ways of escorting carriers. Still going with some of the lighter stuff here. Again, on these barrels here. Oh, let me get back to my reference here real quick. So we need to darken those down even more, I think. Yeah. Alright, whoops, not that much thinner. Get this part of that barrel. And then we'll have the black over here. We'll try to do a wee spot of weathering on here too. So see you later there, Doji. Thanks so much for being here, like always. Appreciate that. Happy Tuesday to you. Do we still have, well, we still have 15 minutes of Monday left here. Getting some more of the light on some of the superstructure. Yeah, that's a little too light. Oh, look, a blending brush. Take that down. So, yeah, you've got the 12 16-inch guns. It was also going to be really, 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 really fast. And that was another big difference between something like this and, say, that Yamato, where this was a lot faster. It had to be because it had to keep up with the aircraft carriers. Basically, the term fast battleship became quite the thing for the U.S. fleet. So that is why ships like the rebuilt ones, West Virginia, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, Nevada, those basically were more like your shore bombardment ships because they were way too slow to keep up with aircraft carriers. So they were more invasion fleet protection, because invasion fleets, they didn't exactly zip around the ocean. Let's see if I can use this one here. Again, it's a little bit of a blending brush here. More of our right over here too. I mean, even really old ships like Texas, New York, those old battleships, those were used again for shore bombardment and also just kind of anti-aircraft stuff in Europe. They speed was not really a big deal when it comes to shore bombardment. So see you in a bit there. Night Whisper, and of course, everybody please give Night Whisper a follow too. Night Whisper posted some fantastic, again, miniatures painted with the oils. So go check that out for sure. I think, yes, we are going to make those much darker up there. So let me just clean you out here super quick like. What are we going to use? Let's just use this thing here. Again, with the Mars Black. Let's see if we can do this kind of almost in a pin line wash fashion here. We'll just go and make that darker. We'll hit the top of the stacks. We'll hit your canvas here that's going to keep that water out of your turret. Don't want to go too heavy with the thinner on this though. Now we've got, okay, that's better. Next thing we want to, let me hit the lighter stuff over here. Do we have, I think that's one we might have been using, or was it this one here? Well, we'll try this one out and we'll see what happens with it. I guess we can use that. So Sam's mini painting, first of all, they were, for their size, they were very light. Because, well, here, let me grab Enterprise. Is this Enterprise? No, that's Sarasota. Or like, let's grab Enterprise here. So, there's no armor on this. So you have to figure there's very little armor on this and a wooden deck. This thing has, in some places, what, 12 to 15, 16-inch thick armor. Think of it this way. Each of these turrets weighs somewhere in the neighborhood of about 27 to 2,800 tons. That's one of them. So just even if it's 2,000 tons, 4 times 8, that's 8,000 tons just in turrets. And this thing over here, basically if you took the entire hull and the superstructure, maybe none of the innards or whatever, and the deck, that might only weigh about 10,000 tons. So while these ships are reasonably similar in size, this one is twice as heavy as this one. So obviously you need some serious machinery in this to cruise it along at 30 knots. Whereas something like an aircraft carrier just being so light, it just inherently makes it easier to make it faster. Which is kind of, that was one of the disadvantages of the British aircraft carriers. They had armored flight decks. Now, it meant that they weren't quite damaged as easily, say, as a U.S. carrier was, but a wooden flight deck is a whole lot faster to repair, and also, too, even if they were of a comparable size, those British aircraft carriers held at least 30% less aircraft than their U.S. counterparts. And again, if that deck gets damaged, it could be months out of action, whereas Yorktown was damaged at Coral Sea, and it was repaired so fast the Japanese had marked it down as sunk, which is why they got caught by surprise at Midway, because they thought they were going up against 2 aircraft carriers max. They didn't think there was going to be 3, because again, they thought that the Yorktown was sunk. But I believe they spent 10 days making whatever repairs. Actually, there were still repair personnel on the Yorktown as it was sailing to the Battle of Midway. And also, of course, the fire control, the damage control on U.S. ships was vastly improved over their counterparts. So if an attack was imminent, all fuel lines were flooded with carbon dioxide. And of course, well, all of the bombs, they were kind of hidden away instead of just left laying around. The British and the Japanese had a bad habit of just kind of leaving stuff laying around. And that had a tendency to explode somewhat violently. More of our little machine guns up here. More mooring cleats up here too. Another mooring cleat over there. So Moonlight Minis, I hope that the new printers work out very well for you. Again, I was tempted to get the A1 actually, the carbon A1 printer, because it would be so cheap. But then I realized no, if I'm going to be sacrificing the space for that. Oh, that's right, Moonlight Minis. You probably didn't see any of the stuff regarding the spray cans and how effective that has been on painting all of that terrain. It's not a final paint, but instead of spending all these hours of priming and everything else, since I'm using the PLA matte, it's more than enough for this spray paint to stick to. It's from Liquitex, and it also works on foam. Yes, indeed. It is foam safe spray cans. That was a hunch. Something told me, I said, you know what, I betcha this does not quite have the same kind of chemicals in it. I just took out a couple pieces of my different foam, sprayed it, tried to make it overspray and everything else, and nothing happened. Which was nifty because we did a whole lot of terrain here on stream made out of foam. And now all that stuff is painted. Well, I mean, it has the first wave on it. There's much more detail that has to happen, but at least it's a beginning. More of the Chicago piano mounts back here. I'm going to try and get some of the lighter stuff here on the catapults, the crane. Some more machine gun mounts back here. Nah, that's getting too light. Backtrack a bit here. Like that. Little bit of this up here too. A little bit more of that sea foam color on the bow. It's amazing to see just how giant this is. So it'll be interesting to see that combo, right, of Musashi, Yamato, and Shinano, where you see a ship that's kind of this size, but it was converted into an aircraft carrier, which led to all the obvious disadvantages of such a thing. Because now you had a really, really, really slow aircraft carrier. And you'll absolutely love the color scheme on it. It's basically green. Because towards the latter part of the war, an awful lot of Japanese ships were green. because that whole ocean thing, they didn't really go out on the ocean very much anymore. They were mostly just uh, trying to hide them in different island ports. A little bit like Tirpitz was painted like a house. Yeah, if you wish to be entertained, just do a little Google search on Tirpitz and how it was painted up to look like a house, so that onshore spies wouldn't know that it was there. I guess the idea was they were supposed to look at it through their binoculars and only see a house. Well, a building, a little bigger than just a house. Get these turrets a little lighter here. I do have a picture of a ship with some kind of experimental camo on it. What the heck was that one? That one was really weird. I think it was, I don't know if it was a New Mexico class or a Colorado class. And it was an actual picture too. It wasn't like one of those World of Warships kind of conjectural pictures. Yeah, I haven't really gotten the lighter stuff there on the. You know what? Here, let's do this. Yeah, let's go across here. So that is a little different than I thought it was going to be. Right here, that section gets lighter. Also on the same side, that'll be a little more of a challenge to somebody who's right-handed on this side. Then it goes across the anchor. And there you go. We will throw a little bit of some weathering stuff on this too. Hey there, Mini Studio. Nice to see you. So it's not that. That was I know a British ship had that insane. It's the weirdest looking thing ever, right, Mini Studio? But it wasn't like that. It almost looked like they were trying to make it look like a flying tiger. Again, not quite sure which one it is. Let me see if we can maybe find that image there somehow of what that was. No, I don't have it. Oh, it was wasn't Oklahoma. Yeah, it was Oklahoma. Yes. That was Oklahoma prior to its 1930s refit. And it basically looks like it has a bunch of shark's teeth on it. So yeah, that is Oklahoma, again prior to the that mid 30s refit. I don't know what the year exactly it is, but it's definitely probably post World War One, and obviously World War One. That was they were playing around with a lot of camo patterns then. It was really funky. So there's a part of me that well, let's see. Unfortunately, I don't know if he has Grant Oracle. You don't know if he has anything, say, pre South Dakota, pre North Carolina class, well, Iowa class files, because I would love to do like a West Virginia. I might just shoot him a message. Yeah, actually mini studio. I think a lot of people would think I'm just trying to paint an orc battleship. I mean, it's really wild to see that, right? Yeah, I just happened to run across. I was looking for this, and then of course, well, actually, no, I wasn't even looking for this. It was yesterday in my Facebook feed. It was a it was the salvage mission on the Oklahoma. Just look at the winches that they had to use to right that. They did the cofferdams. So they were using these massive winches that were attached to the shore. They did cofferdams on the port side, and they were able to refloat that. They basically took anything of value off of it, like guns and turrets and whatever machinery was salvageable. Because, yeah, you can see it's got the old birdcage masts on it instead of the tripod masts. And obviously all the casemated guns are still there. That was one of those ideas that was not very good. Well, if that's the case, if I'm gonna have to start pestering him to start doing the French hotel ships, right? The ones with the tumble home designs on the hull that have like 17 different calibers of guns on them. Those would be absolutely hilarious. I think a whole bunch of that type of ship were some of the ones that were sunk in the Dardanelles raid. And of course, well, the Gallipoli campaign just in general. Now, here, let me get to the Mars Yellow Deep here. Some of that burnt, well, I'm already calling it burnt umber, Grand Oracle. It's not really what it is. Yeah, so we're talking, well, actually, some of those were built in the 1890s. I think some of those were like 1898, and then of course, oh gosh, was that 1905? Right, Grand Oracle, the Russo-Japanese War. Actually, Drakenfell. Have you ever listened to Drakenfell, there, Grand Oracle? He has a very, well, he has kind of his dry humor approach, right? And just listen to his episode on the journey of the Russian Baltic fleet that's tried to go all the way around to Port Arthur. See you later, Sam's mini painting. Thanks, of course, for being here. A happy Tuesday to you, and I hope that the rest of your week is fantastic. Yes, there's one really humorous part, Grand Oracle, where some of the support ships, like the coal tender ship, the captain of that ship is screaming over the radio that there's Japanese torpedo boats approaching, and the admiral said, "You got to be kidding me," because they were off the coast of basically something like Gabon. That they were essentially right around the, was it Liberia? Yeah, the Liberian coast. And he says, "How in the world are Japanese torpedo boats getting all the way over here? This is thousands of miles away. I don't think they can get here." I do believe there were points where the Russian fleet they were firing on each other during parts of the journey because they kept thinking that the Japanese were attacking them. It was a little case, I think, of seeing ghosts. All right, again, we're going to go a little lighter with our deck there. I think we've gotten our first round everywhere, right? Right, for the most, yeah. Which means now we're gonna wander more towards that Mars Yellow Deep. I cannot make this too thin. If I do that, it's just gonna, well, pinline wash right down in those crevices, and that would less than ideal, for sure. I believe what we did with our Arizona is we used this, and then we mix a little bit of the Richardson Ice Blue, right, to make that a little bit lighter. Thank you so much, Husky Pixels. I appreciate that. What happened to my skateboard? I mean, this is neat. Still too small. Not going to Valinor in this thing. It's like, dude, I will end you. It's like, nah, give me one of those cool surfboards. These are the surfboards in question right here. So remember, Gandalf, he saw one of these and he's like, I could ride this all the way to Valinor. But yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Now, of course, well, he didn't mention any Shireweed. He rolled a lot of ones last stream. I think there was 3 of them. Uh-oh. Let's just put it this way. He's not on a roll. See what I did there? Yeah. That was your Gandalf 6. Not rolling a 6 again. I think he actually had a pair of 6s, and ever since then, I think he had a pair of 6s and a 5. It's been nothing but 1 since then. So thank you so much, Husky Pixels. Appreciate you being here. If I have to go back over some of those, we'll go back over some of those. As I get into here, though, I don't necessarily want to get too light. Oh, by the way, is our, where is that one hiding? Oh, there he is. So this is one of our Italian ships. Now that's more of the Arizona era. You can see a little bit of a size difference again right there. And here is the Roma, which is, again, that's about not quite the size of an Iowa class. It's a little bit, it's not quite, the Iowa class had that long extended hull for speed. And also, well, since that had to be narrower because of Panama Canal issues, they made it a little bit longer. Hey, there's surface tension. How you doing? So surface tension, how did it go with the last of the painting on those guys? And of course, surface tension, if you want to share those, please please do that in the chat there. So great to see you again there, surface tension. Let me do some of our... Again, that's got some of the Richardson Ice Blue mixed in. And then, of course, we have to also do a little bit of some weathering on this, too. Looking for just a couple of spots here where we don't have too much of a shadow being cast down on there. So great to see you there, surface tension. I was able to complete the longest print that I have done so far. I believe it was 25.5 hours, which is, we were talking about earlier, for most other printers, that's the equivalent of 75 plus hours. Grand Oracle, I was hoping that you might see those as some possible usage there. Again, especially since that is much more like our Terra Rosa. And, well, that's essentially a super opaque burnt umber. And even this right here, that's got a little bit more violet. You can see. I mean, they call that Mars violet. Yes, it's a little more violet than that red, but that is even more violet than this, especially when you spread it out with the white there. Now, with surface tension, I'm glad that that's going well, that project. I think it's been going relatively fast. I know there were some interruptions, right, that happened. So minus those, I think you could say it's been going reasonably fast, right? Yeah, surface tension, ironically enough, it was midway that kind of, that spelled the end for this project. I think if you maybe don't have the results, obviously the Pearl Harbor results weren't super helpful either. As far as, yeah, let's build monstrously gigantic battleships. Because it's worked out really well so far. Nice to see you again, Enthos. Happy Tuesday. Ah, it is Tuesday here now. So hopefully your Tuesday is off to a really good start there. Surface tension. And of course, again, you want to post your shadow stalkers and such. That'd be fantabulous. Yeah, I'm gonna get me a little bit more of that Richardson ice blue on there. Just looking to do a little bit in a few areas, and then I think we might. Let me look at my South Dakota class here. I still want to get some. I think I need to get some lighter stuff here in the churn, and then on some of the crests of these waves here. So part of it was after the Battle of Midway, the U.S. was basically down to, well, Enterprise. There were not many carriers left. They were starting to construct, obviously, the Essex class carriers, but they immediately switched as all the resources to making more of those. There's a very famous picture of what they called Murderer's Row, and it was an entire line of Essex class carriers all in that same camo scheme. And I'll never forget seeing it as a kid, because there's something, I think is 11 or 12 of those carriers. What makes that significant is that, at the start of the war, really as far as big fleet carriers go, Japan had maybe 8 of those. And, well, those were all gone by the time those 11 or 12 Essex class ships were all photographed together. That also doesn't count the dozens of much smaller escort carriers that were built. Which also, this guy, he makes the escort carriers too, right, Grand Oracle? I think he makes at least 2 different types of them. So you can see how that's starting to pick up a little bit more of our light right there. So I've got the Essex class printed out. I have a Cleveland class cruiser printed out. We've got a couple of our Italian ships too. We're going to start getting some more one-off files. Grand Oracle, oh my gosh, does he have... I'm just wondering, are some of those individual files, are they just Patreon only? Again, I'm just going to have to head on over there and see what's going on. That makes sense, Grand Oracle. It kind of seemed like he was, what would you say, sort of stopped in mid-project on his World War I stuff there. Recoil, the one Japanese ship that I really want to get is also the Issei. Obviously, we got to get all of the pagoda-style ships, right? Congo, Fuso. We need to get all of those because they're just crazy-looking ships. That would be great, Grand Oracle. Again, we'll try to support him as much as we can, right? Look at that. See, we're definitely starting to get some nice variety in the deck. So that I'm really liking that color, that brown ochre, Grand Oracle, and I also do like the rust color. I mean, again, I like the violet color too. Sorry, I don't have the miniature to show you. Well, it's a 72 mil scale, so it would be a little bit difficult to maneuver that around here. So it was a miniature painted with just 5 colors. It was white, it was black, it was that, and then the 3 recovered whatchamacallits. That's it. Let me see. I'm gonna try and go a little bit here lighter on. Few little bits and bobs on our superstructure here. Was that the I-400 series there, recoil? The only time those ever actually sailed in an operation, those the float planes that they had on them, they painted them up to look like P-52, P-51 Mustangs, and they put American markings on them. And the idea was that they would that they were hoping that that would get them close enough to American ships to do a suicide run. Yeah, there was actually there was a really nifty documentary on that recoil with a lot of nice graphics. Now, I think you said that he had the I-400 series, right, Grand Oracle? I know he has Surcouf, but he must have the I-400 series. I think one of them, they never, either that or I think they ditched the planes, Grand Oracle, because I'm pretty sure that a couple of those were taken back. Uh, I know the Soviets wanted some of them too, but I think the Americans got to them first. Yeah, well, Grand Oracle, in some ways that's good because, well, it gives him more opportunities to fill out all of his catalog there. If he had everything right now, who knows, that might actually work against him. It's best to have a constant stream of new ships, right? Let me see. Going in on the, I think I painted. Oh, I don't have it here, sadly. But the only STL files I had were for the orc ships. Oh, and the that Basilean ship. Oh gosh, what was it? It's not the biggest one. It's like the next size down from the Dictator class. But it was orders of magnitude easier to put that together than the resin ships. Especially anything that has a jib on it, right? Going in on that, as soon as there's a jib on there, you just kind of go, oof. And the catamaran style ships, those were a bit difficult too. Where's my elf ships here? Well, I think no, maybe it was this one actually that might have been printed. Where's the elf ships here? Nope, that's not them. That's not them either. Nope, that's here we go. So yeah, these were some of the very first ones I did here. And ooh, have we scrolled past it already? Hard to tell. Where are those elf ships? Oh, wait a minute. No, I thought I saw them there. Nope, not here. There they are. Those were somewhat difficult. Let's put it that way. Is that I can't remember what the heck that one was called. Obviously, I wish that I had all of the STO files because that would be infinitely easier. We could also print them out a little bigger too for just some funsies. That would be fun too. Now, the one nice thing though is that they are kind of willing to adapt to that hybrid thing, like a lot of like Arena Studio is doing. There's others that are also doing that. I think even Warlord is, well, I don't think they're doing it, but a couple of other companies. Well, Creature Caster, that's one that's kind of gone to that. Well, you know what we're gonna do? Well, for those that have printers and want to do it that way, here's the files. For people that don't have a printer and want to just, because that's the thing going on is there's still printing is never going to be, well, I don't know about never, but because of the issues of toxicity and there's so much variance and everything, there's an awful lot of folks that just say, the printing stuff is too much of a hassle. Going on, that's fantastic. Very envious, because again, all I have are just those that one Basilean large ship, and I think two orc ships. That's all I've got as far as the STL files go. Have we gotten any? Let's go a little bit later on this bridge, and then remember we still want to get a teensy bit of some weathering stuff going on here. Not a ton, but at least a little bit. Couple more of our anti-aircraft guns down in here, and this is a sponson right here. No, let's not get too much light up there. So, oops, trying to get a little bit of light on the conning tower back here. Oh, no problem there going on. The contact that I had there, he's moved off to another company, so I think if that hadn't happened, I'd already have those. But boy, surface tension. Oh gosh, have you actually? Ooh, have you printed out the new Tomb King stuff from Highland Miniatures yet? That's what I wanted to ask you. I was like, there was something I wanted to ask surface tension. I can't remember what the heck it is. I haven't even downloaded those yet. That's something that'll, again, if there's no jury duty, then I'll be able to do that. Ooh, you know what? We need to get a little more light going on here. I think I can hit this again. You know what? Here, let me also start breaking down this white. Let me get a little bit of thinner on that. Boom, like so. Now, surface tension, did he do any of his special kind of bases for him? Or maybe he just did some sand dunes or something like that? Because I keep thinking of, well, Titan Forge did all those really, and they also did terrain. Yeah, they did the Tomb King's terrain. Now, this is basically straight up white here, and that's, I'm going to try and get some of that on the, down on the water here. We were fairly close to it, but not quite there. Now we're getting into actual white here. Oh, here, let's move that one over. Because we did a little bit of mixing there. So see, now we've got some more of this break-in up against the ship there. It's interesting being right-handed. It's easier to do the water effects on the starboard side of the ship. Who would have thought? Or no, no, it's easy. No, it's easier to do them on this port side. Yeah, that's it. As far as the way the waves have to flow up against the ship. What are we doing here? Yeah, let's get a little bit more of a light there. You know what? I think I still will use this on that machine gun mount up there. Ooh, that might be getting a little too late. Let's push backwards a little bit here. Yeah, not quite so light there. Anchor. Rest of that. The gun shield there. Oh, more. Another mooring cleat. Wow, it's like mooring cleats all along this hull. Yeah, I think he was going to do, did you say he was going to do 2 or 3 sort of chapters on this? It seemed like the dwarves and the orcs were about 5 chapters each. They're probably not the case, it just seemed that way. More of this light down here. Oh yeah, this too. Some of our mooring cleats and some of the anti-aircraft guns down here picked up a little bit of that Mars yellow deep color as we were doing the deck. I think, yeah, we've pretty much gotten those barrels as light as those can go. Touch later on the end of those. Oh yeah, here's some more. Again, some of our tan color that we were doing for the deck also got on some of those anti-aircraft guns. Yeah, what was the what was in the last stream there? Surface tension. We had the casket of souls. We have the handbag of souls. What was the what the heck was it that you came up with? I could swear it was. I think it was a historical thing. It was. I don't remember what that was, but it was something to do with another size of casket of souls. All right, I'm just trying to get some more of this extra light coat. Yeah, we gotta get that here on these the mooring cleats on that gun shield there. All along the deck here. Oh, we've got some more of these little items here to do. The Tanket of Souls, that's it. Yes. It was driving me crazy because it was a really good one. Because we had that's right. We're talking about the Char 2C versus the little tankettes. Boy, can I get a little more of this? Well, on the rangefinder, now on the deck, and these couple of items down here. That gun shield. More of our anti-aircraft guns. Oh yeah, these could be light. And then we'll hit these again with some of our weathering and rust, and not too much, but I think a little bit would be at least interesting. So these capstans here, let's get these anchor chains. So seal editor, surface tension. Thanks for being here, of course. And a happy rest of your Tuesday. Yeah, it's 12:32 here. Oh yeah, we got to do this one. We'll also lighten up this on the top part of the bow here. We got to do the same on the other side. Working with that. I don't think I want to go, yeah, any lighter on those. I might try to go darker though. Let me get some indigo on here, maybe. See how this works. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Like I said, I just finished maybe about 20, 25 minutes to a half hour before the stream started here. I finished filming the latest episode. We've been talking about it here on stream. So probably tomorrow afternoon is when I'll be uploading that YouTube and getting that posted to the Patreon page. It involves a large-scale miniature and also a little bit of a skin tone tutorial, also a so-called limited palette tutorial. So it covers a few different things. You do that Army Painter pledge that Armored Wolf mentioned. Well, one of the things it does show is how to do these water effects, and we'll certainly be doing more of these, yeah, with the water effects and such in upcoming videos. We have a series called Painting Small Scale, and well, these certainly qualify as small scale, so guaranteed you will be seeing some of these. In fact, that might just be the next episode that I film now that I have a whole bunch of ships printed out. Who knows? That might be just what I'm filming tomorrow or Wednesday. Getting the lightest light here again in the churn back here. Now we'll try and get a little bit of light on this crane. Some of these areas are back to our catapults. So Grand Oracle, it's fine. Drakenfell really hates those ships. He calls them hotels. Those that kind of turn of the century French battleship stuff. He really hates those ships. They tended to be very unstable because of that hull design, and definitely too much weight in the superstructure. Yep, let's get some more light over here on this machine gun, and then also that. So unlike the Roma, where I misplaced mispositioned one of the turrets with the anti-aircraft mount on the lower one, not on the super firing one. This one, I was super conscious of not making that happen again. Little lighter on the stack over there. I think we sort of did it on this side. Some more conning tower rangefinder stuff to do over here. Touch more of our light on the bridge here. Now the The one thing I will say, and I'm not sure if it's this case with the Patreon files too, but you do have to do your own supports on these. The Now things like the turrets and your cranes and the your float plane launchers, those do tend to be on sprues, so you don't have to do those with the supports, but the hulls, all of the hulls themselves, you gotta do the supports on them. I mean, I'm just using the auto supports in Cheeto Box, and that's it. So nothing terribly fancy there. Oops, that's too much. Oh, look at that blending brush to the rescue. Speaking of blending brush, we're going to do that here again. This is the water that has not been hit by the bow. I think now it might just be time to start fooling around with a little bit of our rust here. Let me see if I can get... Oh, I already put it back over here. And we're going to use our... This is not that rust red. This is actually one of the alkyd colors here. But I am going to mix it up with that brown ochre. Because what we've been doing before was mixing that with the a little bit of the asphaltum. But we'll go with the brown ochre here. We will see what that's going to do. It's essentially like a burnt umber color. So I think we got this pretty well thinned down here. And now we're just going to touch it in a few places, really as little as possible here. We don't want our brand new imaginary ship to become a rust bucket instantly here. I will kind of focus on maybe obvious areas of possible weathering there. Do some stuff here along the stern. Poof. Now the Moonlight Minis, now are you doing, I think I've asked, do they still have the Artist Alley at ReaperCon? I guess, and that was the question. I don't remember if they're doing an Artist Alley, were you doing the Artist Alley? Or did you have so many of your own classes that you had to do and everything else? And well, oh, you're going to have a booth, right? Yeah, I think you're actually having a booth at ReaperCon. Oh, and if you are, just let folks know. Yes, let folks know what all your plans are for ReaperCon, and that would be a Labor Day weekend, I believe. Oh, I'm definitely going to throw some of that over here again on the capstan. For sure. Get a bit of that down in here. So Kyle's going to be in the booth. I know they still do the Artist Alley. Okay, I just for some reason I was thinking that maybe they weren't quite doing the Artist Alley anymore. Not sure why. My apologies there. Now I was just about to say, tell us what the booth number is going to be. That's kind of a Gen Con thing. Of course, Armored Wolf might want to let folks know what booth that Armored Wolf is going to be on at Gen Con. Boy, Night Whisper, I've done so many of these things now. It took me, almost no time to do this. It's like I could have done three of this, as if you took extrapolated how fast they did the water effects on this one, it was as fast as about the first four ships combined. And it was just really, it's such an easy way to do things. So they will be right by the door into the vendor hall. Moonlight Minis, I seem to remember, was it Freeborn Miniatures? Not Freebooter, but Freeborn Miniatures that had that spot. Now, of course, that's 2019. So, obviously, things have changed in 5 years, just somewhat. Bingo this way. And just let a little bit of the, I mean, you can't really see it, right? We don't want to turn it into a big old rust bucket. A rusty ship doesn't do very well. It's more to just take it away from the all into the consistent gray color. Just trying to separate that a little bit. Also, maybe a little bit of the streaks here and there. Oh, I see what that is. I thought that was another spotlight. Instead, I'm gonna grab these, and we'll see if we can get this thing off of here, like so. That is somewhat helpful. Just about there. And I might just use that right there as a, oh look, weathering. Oh yeah, now back to indigo maybe? Let's roll with the indigo right here. Gotta hit all of these barrels here. I was wondering why I couldn't see. Ah, that is a big help. Looking more like what they should be. Ah, much better. Also need to do that to these, and I'm fairly certain these are 6-inch gun mounts and not 5s. I just can't imagine the secondary armament on this would not at least be 6 inches, if not 8. I'm pretty sure that the secondary guns on Yamato were 8s. Of course, those were in the crazy super firing triple turrets. I mean, you had to probably climb 5 floors worth of barbette to get to the turret there. Not really the best design ever because, well, that's why it had to be so broad, and that's what slowed it down. A little bit of blending brush in there. Let's see, I'm gonna stick with more, yeah, the Richardson ice blue here. Oh, by the way, it's only been 2 hours, 14 minutes. That's it. I want to do the sides of these secondary mounts. We did a couple of them. I want to get these two guys here. Oh, that's why, because I did some of these on the port side, never did the starboard side. Get this too. Come on. Did we do that on this? Nope, we didn't do this side yet. Making all these lighter here. Also this one. Boy, we might have. Let me get back to my darker stuff. We can always come back and do some lighter things here, but let me get these windows restored there. This could be lighter though. Down there. Superstructure up here. Mast. I guess I do have to get at least a little lighter on the stack here just to create some kind of shape. Now the problem is it's so darn tall. So starboard is the right side, port is the left side. Here we go this away. It's starboard as in wood, like B-O-R-A-D. No, no A in there, no A in there, just starboard. Yeah, definitely no A in starboard. Sorry about that. What is... Okay, that's there. We're just gonna go in with the light stuff again over the top of where we put some of the rust there. So there you go. Teensy bit of light on the bottom of these windows here. It's just always interesting to see the way the different approaches to superstructure. So the British, they basically had the skyscraper apartment block type approach to their superstructure. You can really see it classically on the, say, the Nelson and Rodney class, which I'm pretty sure that this guy already has. We'll have to do the Nelson and Rodney class. Hey there, Bloodline, how you doing? So yeah, Moonlight Minis. I think it was. Oh, it was the Forrestal. That was another one of those classes of ships where it was kind of redesigned. It was supposed to be a super carrier, America's first super carrier, but with a totally flat flight deck, no bridge or anything like that, no island. And they ended up changing around that design, and they ended up having an elevator. I think it was on the port side, which was a really bad design because with the angled flight deck, well, guess what? That is where planes were supposed to be landing and taking off from. Now there's an elevator in the middle of it. So yep, Bloodline. We went through that. We were trying to get a spelling for that for Elite there. Anyway, let me get some more of my light here. Oh, a little bit more down there. What's happening here? Any more light there? Oh, we could get, I think, a little bit more of our weathering stuff going on here. Up at the top of the stack, just for funsies there. So yeah, it kind of prevented them from using the elevator, and of course the angled flight deck. Once you got into the age of jets instead of propeller planes, you needed landing aircraft that were a whole lot heavier, going a whole lot faster. The angled part of the flight deck was, well, in case a plane had to do a bolter or something like that, it could just kind of throttle up and keep going instead of, well, crashing into a whole bunch of other planes. Yeah, that was kind of the origin point there of your angled flight deck. Now, what's interesting to see the Essex class is that both had the elevators kind of going down the center line, but there was one also side elevator again with your. Now here you've got your Saratoga / Lexington, and these were converted battle cruiser hulls, which you can kind of tell just by looking at the way the hull was designed, as opposed to, well, your Essex class, which was designed from the ground, from the keel up as a carrier. Again, getting just a teensy bit of our weathering here, and a few, but nothing crazy. Now let's hit the anchor here itself with just a bit. Don't want to go bonkers with that, but here on the mooring cleats, it's another place where I can just maybe squeeze in a little hint of some weathering there. So thanks for joining us here, Bloodline. I hope that your Tuesday's off to a great start, of course. Draw this down here. Again, where the mooring cleats are, why not? It is interesting to see the original old model of that, and then of course the painting of it. It was I remember I think Drakenfell must have done at least one episode on the Montana. I don't know, Grand Oracle, if you saw the. Now, of course, this was still basically a World War I era design that was supposed to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,200 feet long. It was going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 14-inch guns on it or something like that. So I'm glad it's going fine there. Bloodline. Yep, I'm going to get me a little bit more of my bit of weathering underneath here. Also over here. It's a really well, it popped up on my Instagram. So there's the line drawing of it, which kind of looks a little weird. But then these folks, they actually went in and did a whole CGI of this ship. And it's again, it's the same length or so as, say, a modern day nuclear powered aircraft carrier. It's way heavier. And in addition to the 20 or whatever 14, 15-inch guns, there was something along the lines of about 100 5 or 6-inch secondary mount guns. Let me bring this up here with, again, a little teensy bit of the raster. Now this is that okay? Yeah, I don't want that to get too light because that should be back there in some shadow. So Grand Org, if I can find that, I did a screen capture of it. Again, it just sort of popped up in my Instagram. I think I should maybe here get a little teensy bit of this. So we're taking some of the, is that the radiant turquoise, some of the indigo, because I want to get some light on these things, but I also don't want to have to go too late. And if I go with more of a bluish tone, that might just do it. I don't want to go too light on that. We're borderline, well, we're definitely as light as we want to go with our lights on this stuff right here. Back to the some of our darker or darkest gray here. Now that's more towards the, it's a little more neutral, not so much towards the blue. Just trying to sharpen up the leading edge on these turrets here. Let me see what we can do with some of our lightest light again on the leading edge of these turrets. Better clean that out some more. Yeah, okay. Wow, yeah, we can really lighten this up. Look at that. I think we already did that on the aft turrets there. This going to also get some more of our light. Hopefully they're not too much thinner on that, so it doesn't just end up running all over the place. Oh, I never did this. Did it on the other side. Let's do that here. Too much thinner. Just about right. On the edge here. I'm pretty sure that Nelson and Roddy should probably be about the same length as the South Dakota class, but those are the weird ones, right, with all of the turrets before the superstructure, which led to them being kind of weird to maneuver around. Very strange weight distribution. It was all about trying to get them fit under the Washington, what, a 35,000 ton limit. Obviously, your Bismarck and Tirpitz, they were just a scotch above 35,000, more like 52, 53,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. And your Yamato, that was somewhere in the 70-ish thousand ton range, I believe. So about twice as heavy as what the Washington Naval Treaty said it should be. And of course, well, the 553 rule, that's what kind of led to some of that. So for every 5 ships that the US and Britain could have, Japan could have 3. So Bloodline has an official, what is it, 72K for your Yamato. Now the Shinano, I'm guessing you could subtract somewhere around 9,000 tons just for the turrets. Because again, Shinano, that was the basically taking a Musashi Yamato hull and putting a flight deck on it. It didn't last very long. I believe the first time it tried to sail anywhere, uh, it was just jumped on, and poor interior design, even worse damage control, led to that thing going down really fast. Maybe I won't do that on the end of the muzzles there. We'll try to get these a little later though. Get more of these little anti-aircraft gun mounts here. Well, just as I see this here, I realize that we wouldn't be able to do any 1/700 scale ships in this on this particular streaming setup here, because 1/700 scale would be at least twice as long as this. Yeah, I think there was a whole bunch of watertight doors that were not closed, so that kind of takes the takes the punch out of it, right? So Grand Oracle, I don't know if it was a 1/700 scale HMS Victory that Valfera, was it? No, that you it was. I think it was a one. No, it wasn't a 1/700 scale. I think a typical 1/700 scaling, maybe a frigate would be about this size, wouldn't you think, there, Grand Oracle? Because I do actually have a 1/700 scale Shinano. Cappy's brother got me that. Now the one advantage, Grand Oracle, is that those do actually have the aircraft for them. So yeah, if Black Seas is 1/700 scale, I mean, what would you say, Grand Oracle? Maybe 200 feet is a very large ship of the line, maybe. I mean, really, when you think about it, Grand Oracle, I think even a World War II submarine was probably as big, or at least as long, as the biggest sailing ship. Yeah, Armada is 1/700 scale, but those ships are a little They're no, they're a little crazy there because those. I could swear those things are supposed to be many hundreds of like Chinese treasure galleons, right? Those 500-foot long ships. You know what? Never really did the edge of these turrets here. Let's get those two. This one here. Let me see if I can get the leading edge of our main turrets here also. Yeah, here, let me do a little bit of this lighter stuff on that machine gun mount so it minimizes a teensy bit of the weathering we put on that. I think Grand Oracle, the Black Sea ships, right? You're supposed to be able to use those in Armada, so they must be, they have to be the same scale. Oh, I think I did maybe always maybe on the other side. Can't trying to get the leading edge on these turrets here. And this. Oh, I'm gonna lighten up this too. Yeah. A little bit. Go back to my reference here real quick so they don't, okay, they don't show that as being darker than this thing though. Spread some of that lighter color out of there. Okay, now we can go back to this here. Yeah, that's for sure. Definitely heroic versions, right, Grand Oracle? Get that top of this platform. A bit on that. Oh yeah, we haven't done anything on this part of the mast. And oh yeah, this mount over here. There's a couple of these. We're a little shy on our light here. Oh yeah, we've been working on those on this side. Nakamar, how you doing? Happy Tuesday. So a little over 50k at full loads. And there's still some bits of turpit still sitting there in Norway. Not all that far from shore. I think they salvaged a lot of the stuff, but there's still a bunch of it still sitting out there. The ink. Maybe this is the easiest orientation to get at that anchor chain. It is. This got kind of wiped away. We're going to hit this again. I'm going to try to get some more of this lighter color in the anchor too. Now that we've kind of got our weathering in place there. Let me take a look-see at. So I think I might just go a little, yeah, let's break this up a little bit. Some more dark here, which means we'll go back to this, and of course Prussian blue, a little bit of phthalo green in there, and you see that's got a little bit of translucency to it. Phthalo green, definitely a translucent color, and of course Prussian blue, relatively kind of intermediate when it comes to that. The other thing is we don't want these that go all the way to the edge of the base. We don't want those to be too regular. I think I'm going to get a little bit more on my dark back here. Back towards the stern where all of our turn's going to be. And see, it's good, just kind of mixing again with some of that. Now we'll take something a little different to use as a blending brush. Maybe this guy here, which means I got to get some of the paint out of that. We'll do our little tap, tap, tap routine here. Here, let me zoom out so we can see more of that base. There you go. A little easy to see what's going on there. Yeah. A little more out on the edge here too. Back to that blending brush, which is just a beat up old craft brush. That's all it is. Yeah, that's better. So again, phthalo green, some of our Prussian blue. Darker it is, down in there. And then softening up some of these. Tone that down a little. So like I said, we don't want it to just be like a straight, unbroken line. I've seen, oh gosh, maybe it was for Dreadfleet or something, and they tried to have sort of the sculpted waterline bases, and there'd be these insane waves and everything. Yeah, the hydrodynamics were somewhat lacking as far as what they really should be like. Of course, at some point, if it is possible, I'm still trying to figure that out. We have the guns firing, right? And there's a really, really nifty picture. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Oh gosh, I don't know if it's Wisconsin or New Jersey or whatever. They're firing a broadside, and you can see the whole ship is just, well, first you see the concussion over here, right, where the water's just being pushed aside, and then you can also see where the ship is being pushed this way by the effect of that full-on broadside. Because again, keep in mind that each barrel is hurling something the size of an SUV, somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 miles. There's going to be a little bit of counterforce there that happens. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. Yeah, a little darker here. I got the indigo on the brush here just for, again, for some of these right out along the end here. So yeah, I tried to, I think this Roma base is the same size as their aircraft carrier bases, and then, I mean, as you can see, the Montana is actually longer than this base was, so I had to take a whole another long piece of this, and that's again another reason why the stream was a bit later. Essentially, I would film one chapter of the tutorial video, and then I would assemble this, and I tried to do all the filing and such on the base to get the edge flush. After cutting it, then I do another segment of the video. Then I would go back to this, and then I did the water effects. Then went back to the video. So say we all. And then we said hello to Paintwater Sommelier. How you doing there, Paintwater? Everybody please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. And of course, you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. I know you're trying to do the lurky thing. But everybody again, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. Oh, by the way, this is just a little, junky 20-cent craft brush here. Okay, we're just going to chuck that in there. And we will use this guy maybe to do a little blending with here. There we are. So Paintwater, happy Tuesday. Oh, wow, it's okay. It's a little later. I thought it was still only a little after midnight. It's 1:18 now on a Tuesday. I'm going to darken you down just a smidge there. Hey, Foxy, nice to see you there. Good morning to you. Again, happy Tuesday. It's going to be, even this Conte di Cavour class is just so much smaller by comparison. And then the cruisers now, of course, they're not necessarily shorter than your battleships, but definitely so much narrower. So thank you so much, Foxy. Appreciate that. Been having a lot of fun with these 3D printed ships. And the very first ones that we did were Enterprise and, of course, Arizona. That was on our Battle of Midway / D-Day stream. I think you can see kind of a little bit of a size difference there. And then this was our most recent ship that we painted. This was the first of our Regia Marina. And obviously you can see the unique layout of the Italian ships here. The French ships, they had a little different idea. The Richelieu class, you had a quad turret with a 2-gun turret on top, and it was kind of almost an all or nothing, right? Most everything was geared forwards, and they had a whole bunch of, I think, 6 or 8-inch mounts on the aft portion of the ship. I believe that the KGV class were also kind of the same way. Same thing, you had the quadruple turret and then the super firing 2-gun turret. And I don't know if it was the case with the British version, but on the Richelieu class, the idea was that the turret was cut in half. So in theory, if one half of the turret got, well, hit, it would only take out 2 of the 4 guns. And the idea behind the quadruple lower turret is that it wouldn't have as much weight. So that's why you'd say, well, why not just have a pair of 3s like this? Well, when you have a 3-gun turret up there that's super firing, well, there's more weight, right? So you have more weight topside, and that could potentially, if you're trying to have a somewhat smaller ship, weight distribution issues. So Foxy, I think, gosh, what is it? Victory at Sea is the Warlord Games World War II sea game. Now, of course, their ships are very small. Even the fictional Montana class would only be about maybe that long or so, because these are 1/1800 scale. No idea what the Warlord Victory at Sea scale is. So hope that you're doing well. Okay, we've done that. I'm gonna retreat further towards the phthalo green, some of that phthalo green here. So remember how light this was. Most people say, "Oh man, I paint phthalo green over stuff and it doesn't cover it all." That's because they're trying to almost paint it on there like a regular color. Here you can see I'm just barely dry brushing that. I only have 2 fingers on the brush. Remember, caress the brush, do not crush the brush. So the light grip on that brush here, that's what creates this ability to actually take a translucent color and almost have it cover. And in a case where maybe it wouldn't necessarily do it if I was just painting it, say the way you might just paint acrylics on something. And again, this is oils start to finish on all of our ships here. We're actually getting to have quite the batch of ships. We got 2 carriers, 1, 2, 3, 4 battleships, a 5th one that's printed and prepped. Then I think we'll have another aircraft carrier and 2 cruisers ready to go. Paint water, I think. Now, of course, there is 3D printable versions of that too, but I think it's basically, I don't want to say it's like a decal, but it's basically a little plastic thing there that you can glue on, and then you've so you can have your rat lines. Now, I have not tried to use those, say, on Armada ships. Actually, Grand Oracle, you haven't heard of anybody using the Black Seas rat lines on Armada ships, have you? Thank you so much, Foxy. Appreciate that. I do think I might just take that Essex class, and I might try to do a little video on that. Because I have to do the water effects anyway. So that could be interesting. Yeah, do the water effects on it. I think I might just do that. Well, maybe we do the Dazzle camo on it. I'm not sure. I don't know if it was number 37 or number 42 was the camo scheme. And to get that Murderer's Row photo that I mentioned, where it was just an entire line of carriers. Well, when you realize just how short the United States was on fleet carriers at the start of the war, and how suddenly they had dozens, not counting all of the escort carriers. So Henry Turner on my mini factory, looks like they got some printable rat lines there. I know that Bithron had the thought that if we could find, which would be not that hard, some Dauntless and Devastator, Avenger, and Hellcat files, that if we were to just set them down into the deck, right, they would just all of a sudden now it would just print instead of printing them separately. They would just print onto the deck. So that's something I've got to consider. Maybe see if I can find some files that just shrink the heck out of them down to 1/1800th scale and just drop them down on that deck and see if they'll print. So you'd have to essentially, if they had any landing gear or something like that, you'd have to take that under the deck. Let me get. I'm gonna go back to some dark here. Let's do that. A little bit of indigo. Some of them are as black. On this one, this conning tower needs the same treatment over here. As I still have that. Well, I don't have it up anymore, but I had that picture of essentially post World War One Oklahoma picture with that crazy orcified dazzle camo on it. Yeah, recoil. I just my question is, what would happen with the wings? Because obviously there would be no support there, and then I'm not sure how the wings would print without some kind of a support in there, which would be a support there would be no way to remove without basically just breaking the wings off. Obviously, if we could have the wings in their folded position, right, in their stowed away position, whatever, that would be really nifty, wouldn't it, recoil, to see essentially the whole back 20, almost 30% of the ship with all the planes with the wings folded up on them. That would be fun. It would be a bit of a longer stream, right? Recoil, painting all of those aircraft with the wings in the stowed position. Let me get a little. Gotta get some dark on the end of the muzzles here. Square that off a little bit. Do the same here. Now I do, ironically enough, I have to get a little bit of my lighter color on these turrets. We've been going darker and darker. Need to sort of backtrack a smidge here. Like there. Yeah, recoil, that would be so much fun. I don't know if it's possible, because since he didn't do it right for any of his carriers, I'm just starting to wonder if at the 1800 scale it's just not a practical thing, and he might have tried it and said, ah, yeah, well, that doesn't really work. Actually, we'll recoil at what? Geez, I haven't had anything in the slow cooker. There just hasn't been time to do that in weeks. I am going to try and do something, I think, maybe in the air. It really depends, again, on the jury duty thing. But one of the meat crates showed up today, and I've got a few things from that I just went directly to the refrigerator instead of all to the freezer. Well, Night Whisper, thank you so much for being here. Night Whisper, if you want to share your oil painted stuff there one more time before you head off to sleep, that would be sensational. So yeah, recoil. It's there. I've just been bouncing around. Well, even this weekend, right? I was not here this weekend, so I didn't want to have a bunch of food sitting around. Let me make some more of this. One thing I do have though is a brand new pizza pan, as opposed to the one that's been around since, oh, I don't know, I was 10, which is in no fit state for usage at all. We found when we were, of all things, at Menards getting paint and other home repair supplies. Yeah, a little bit more light on the tunnel there, over here. Our anti-aircraft mount up here. You know what? That anchor could be a little lighter too. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that Night Whisper posted and give Night Whisper a follow too. So recoil, even just things like the turrets, though even the main turrets are rough. Then you get down to the secondary mounts, it gets it gets difficult. It really does. I'll have to try and get you a picture of those recoil in their what would you say, their unassembled form. What's interesting, Rico, is that sometimes the supports are wider and bigger by a significant portion than the actual, say, gun barrel is. So yeah, Rico, this at first I was looking for a pizza stone, but this is a really heavy pan here. So again, it's not a pizza stone, but it's got these ridges on it. So I think there's going to be a little better heat circulation there. So you won't have the ends of the thing are almost burned, and then the center of it is basically raw. So we were hoping anyway to avoid that rather unfortunate instance. Now here, let's see. I'm getting the lightest light there on that trip. Maybe we might need to also go back and get a little bit of our dark into there. Hard to say. Now, what was interesting about the South Dakota class here, it showed the deck as being dark blue, and also the tops of the turrets. So it's weird because you would almost think towards that latter part of the war you would want a whole lot of air recognition symbols like this. Right now, that obviously this was more the simplistic approach here, where you have the red on the tops of the turrets there. Let me get the end of that one a little later. I might just have to put a little bit of light here. I wanted that to be as dark as possible, but we need some kind of shape there. Yeah, that is very minimum right there. That's not quite white. It's close. It's maybe 90% of the way there, but not quite. Nah, there's all these little elements back here. Let's get these. I'm going to try to do a little bit more also too on these catapults here. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure recoil. Let's do this here. I might... No. I do see that they maybe have a little bit of light there. Also, I need a blending brush that's pretty darn small. Let me roll with this thing here. Okay, here we are. Because somehow that got really, really light. So we took off some of that. Now we'll try this again. Okay, that's more like it. Anything above the deck line tends to be lighter like this. Back to our lightest light here. Trying to get it on the front of this conning tower here. Okay, so for both turrets. Fine, I'll do the side of this too. Gotta shoot a little light on the underside of those. It is interesting that on most of his ships, you almost see nothing on the boat decks, which is it's confusing because I'll be calling up some either scale model reference pictures or whatever to do the assembly on these things, and there'll be sort of these kind of open blank areas. I'm thinking, what is this big blank area doing here? And in all likelihood, that is where the boats would be. So obviously all the launches, maybe that might be taking officers back and forth from shore back to the ship or whatever. Or from ship to ship, more likely, I guess. Let me try to finalize the separation between these two segments of each barrel. I think we're there now. Can this be a little later here too? I think so. At least in between our machine guns there. Lighten this up a little bit more too, yeah. We'll do this one here. Now, there's a couple of these items back here that still have to be catch a little bit more light. Oh yeah, this part of your float plane launcher. Get that one too. Another little part of the deck we don't quite have later there. That is nope. That is not a piece of not like over here where we still had a piece of the support nub on the end of that. Just getting back to my reference real quick. I wanted to see what was going on down here. I think that's about as light as I can make that stuff. And then here, I think that should be a bit of an edge. Yeah, see that's got a sharper edge on it. We don't really have one here. Also going to try and get a little bit of light on that barbette. And yeah, these little tiny little sponsons up here. A little something on those. I think if I lighten up this stack here, what we did on the top, we'll just kind of by default look darker than it actually is. I might, while I'm fooling around with this here, let me get more of that. That's the Richardson Ice Blue. I'm going to mix that with my yellowish brown color here. And I will see if I can lighten up a few areas of the deck here. Anything this way? Yeah, this way here. Gotta be a little bit more careful there not to bump into all of this stuff we've been doing down here. I wanted to get to, yeah, that's another area where I needed to get some light. And here. Now what I'm hoping is that if if I'm not doing any jury duty stuff, that maybe I could do either a longer stream on Friday or Saturday or something like that to kind of make up for the Saturday stream we didn't get to do this week. I'll try to have those Mongolian yurts prep that we want to do all the freehand on, and then also too we've got tons of the our Far Harad stuff. All the printing goes over on Camel Riders, which we'll try to match to our previous ones from Kurzlik. Nope, not gonna do that there, but over here, right in between these two, damn, it's all too late, so I'm gonna take that and just tone it down a little bit. Not wipe it out completely, just tone it down. More of our light right along this stuff here. Some more of that down here. Boom. Because even on the Roma here, the only deck was back there. It's just such a different type of design here with these crazy. And actually, I think that's where one of those guided munitions ended up landing there. Was in that kind of space there between the, or it was one of those side 6 or 8 inch mounts that kind of went kerplooey when that again that Fritz bomb hit it. One of the the other those strategery things that the Luftwaffe did with their planes is for anti-ship stuff. They had concrete bombs. Not so much for, say, ships like this that would likely have an armored deck, but for things like the merchant ships and stuff, they actually wanted something that would just literally fall through the ship and then explode. Few more areas of our light along the deck there. And yeah, do this. The next thing I've got to do, we kind of did a little bit of minor blending on this here. We need to get a smidge of reflected light in there somehow. Is this going to be too much? Also, I think I need more of a reddish blue. We're going back to the, there we go. Added a little bit of the Mars black in there. That kind of made it more neutral. Ironically enough, this is getting to be almost the same color as the garage is here. So Foxy, we're using standard oil paints here right out of the tube. We kind of have the big three, as we call them, and that would be, here, let me just skewer these up. That would be Windsor Newton, Gamlin, and Williamsburg. Now these two are basically the same when it comes to price and also quality. We love these. They're really, really good. Now this is the snazzy stuff here. It will set you back more, but when it says handmade on the label, you kind of get the benefit of that. Now there is a fourth brand that we've started to incorporate more of, and that's the Richardson stuff. And especially here, one of the primaries. So this here, this ice blue, I tend to refer to it as radiant indigo because even though it has no indigo pigments in it, if you were to make something the equivalent of a radiant indigo, that's what it would be. So that's kind of our big three, which is sort of becoming the big four. And all of this, let me see, 3 hours, 14 minutes ago, that's what it looked like. So again, the same idea, and the water effects are sculpted on. You can kind of see it there, right? You can see that texture that's sculpted on. That is with the heavy gloss gel from Liquitex, which of course is the same thing that we use to create our snow and icicle effects. Hey there, AD. How you doing? I hope that the wrist gets better each day. Everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So AD, I hope that the stream was great, and if you want to post what you are working on, I hope the stream was good. Yeah, but if you want to post what you've been working on there, or if you want to post Barney or whatever, please go ahead and do that. So everybody give AD Creations a follow. So AD, I don't know if I might have neglected to send you because I was away. The longest terrain print that I've done, it was a little over 25 hours. And again, that's on the Bamboo X1. So for all the other printers out there, now you're looking at more like, well, 3 days of printing. Sorry about that, AD. That is, oh, I mean, there's a lot of things that are frustrating, and a lot of things that are probably more frustrating than that. But especially when it happens to you, that's just well, that's a spicy word moment. Well, maybe more than one spicy word moment. Because it's like it didn't even give you a chance to just conclude, right? And just at least say the thank yous and everything. But everybody again, please give AD Creations a follow. Now, I guess we'll be trying to do a stream tomorrow just to make up for the craziness that it inflicted there. Is that going to be light enough? A little more. Where are we at over here? Ah, here it is. Again, that's that ice blue here. Chuck some of that right into there. I guess we can make that a little bit later. Okay, it kind of goes along with the other side now a little more. You know, that bit, I'm going to just, yeah, that was a little too much variation there. Ooh, let me see if I can lighten up these window frames a bit. So everybody please give AD Creations a follow. That way you won't miss anything tomorrow. So AD, the from Green Stuff World, they did fluorescent inks. You saw how I got the Liquitex fluorescent inks to try in that recent video. So we'll be doing, oh, wait a minute, here it is, yeah. So we'll be doing a Painting Dark Sword episode, and we'll use the the Liquitex fluorescent inks on that, and we shall see how that goes. What was the other one we used those on? Where is that thing? Oh, is it over here? Nah. They also sent, I swear there's a couple other, what is that? Color shift paints? Wow, that's those are something that I haven't touched since probably 2016 or so. Maybe it was 2017. Okay, I think we got that set pretty well. You know, I am going to just throw a little more of our light up here. Now, wait, do I have one of my cruel... Ah, yeah. Now this Gabbiano class right here, this is actually on the YouTube channel, also done with the oil paints. That thing, that's a Corvette, and it's probably a good inch or two longer than this thing is, because it's a different scale, but it is an. I think that entire ship in reality would maybe be as long as one of these turrets. That's probably the size of that actual Corvette in comparison to this. But that's the difference that scale makes. So now I guess well, Kate did not get selected for jury. Actually, she didn't have to go. So lucky, very lucky there. I'm sure it'll probably be a little different story here. I don't think it will be quite that lucky. And I'm going to try to throw a little bit more light down here. So everybody please check out that Instagram link that AD Creation just shared. And of course, again, please give AD Creation a follow. Oh, that was the other thing that I found out this weekend, AD, is that the American Academy of Art that closed. So all of a sudden I started popping up in all these, so and so posted this and mentioned me. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And there's all these folks posting pictures of their stuff from the Academy days, from all different eras. Thank you so much, Somnifori. Appreciate that. Gandalf the White says, okay, so it's bigger. I'll give you that. It's larger, but yeah, it's still kind of like a paddle boat. It's like, dude, that's really insulting. So thank you so much for that follow. Now, I think Gandalf has rolled 3 straight ones on the big Gandalf 6 dice. Let's see how this is going to go here. Oh, I saw the 1 flash, but yay for a 3 again on the big old Gandalf 6. So thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Now, yeah, AD, I have to do the phone-in thing on the 10th. I've had to do that several times. The number of times I haven't had to show up was 0. I would not mind a change in that trend, I gotta say. Ooh, you know what? I need to, let's get a little bit more of our light up here too, yeah. And you can see that even kind of mixes a little bit with the dark that's already there. So AD, I've got to discover where some of my Academy paintings are, and then try to post those to the Facebook group. Again, shout out to the old American Academy of Art. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't be getting too many tutorials here. So yes, thank the American Academy of Art. That's where, well, and the oil paints here, well, thanks to Ted Smiskevich. That was my oil paint teacher at the Academy. So good night there, Arid. And we'll hopefully have a safe, hassle-free commute there. So thank you so much. Everybody please give Arid Wave a follow too. Couple more bits of, yeah, here's some light right up against the hull here. Also another one there. What are we doing here? Let me take this a little more here. Yeah, no, I think we've gotten a decent amount of light here. Oh, no, we can still go lighter right in there, okay. But you can see how that kind of, again, cuts in front of the ship. That's because this is sculpted on, right? It's not just painted on. we started doing this for the Armada ships for Mantic's ship game, and then when I saw these, I thought, whoa, we can really have some fun. And of course, I could make the bases any size I wanted. Let me try to get. Maybe I will just use this one here. I'm going to actually try to get some of the black along the edge there. Let's move this out of the way there, out of harm's way. Because I need to see just how dark is our water effect here. Get back into this. So this is not our blackest black. This is sort of close. It's pretty far along the way. Okay, yeah. Now, just how dark have we gotten with the indigo, Prussian blue, all that good stuff here along our edge? Pretty dark. I don't know. I don't think I need to go any darker than that. Work that up along here. I think there's a couple of edges on the in the turrets there. I'm going to sharpen those up too after we do this. I'm just kind of noticing it as I have the ship, well, at least in my perspective, pretty much on its side here. Oh, didn't do this end. Okay. This is the same craft brush I was just using to paint some of the darker stuff in the water here. Alright, let's get this thing closed up. So see you later there, Rico's mom. Have a nice dinner. I'll have to ask Recoil what kind of yummy stuff that he made for you there. So thanks for being here. Everybody say good night to Mom there, Recoil's mom. Here, let me get my paper towel and get this thing cleaned out as best as I can here anyway. Gonna grab me a little more of the indigo 4 up here though. So again, that's just your regular water, and of course there's your ship cutting through that, and you can see there's not just the value difference here, right? We have much more of the turquoise in here because again, all that water being churned up and disturbed. I might try to get even a little bit more of the indigo in the corners over here. So what was so frustrating about some of the Mantic ships is that your bow would either be right at the end of the base here, or the stern was right at the end of the base, and you just couldn't do some of these fun effects like we can do here. It just if this was just stuck on a base, it would not have anywhere near the kind of life that it does right now. Now, I'm looking at this here. Do I want to go lighter than? I'm going to try. Let me see what happens when we go the opposite way. We go a little bit darker here. This is our initial gray that we did. Battleship gray. Nah, not dark enough. Let me try this. Also thinner. So again, if everybody could please take a look at that Instagram link that AD Creations shared. But AD and well, I think you'll be totally shocked that I haven't heard anything on the contest front either. Yeah, and I know you'll be totally surprised at that. I'm gonna switch that around. Okay, there we go. I'm kind of liking what we're doing there. I'll do the same thing over here. Did I get the other? Okay, I did that side. This side, right? That was, well, it was faster than I thought that was going to go. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Let's lighten this up. Not too much, but let's try this first. That little sponson, and then, yeah, okay. That old conning tower thing right there, that needs to be definitely lightened up. More of that over here, and maybe even at the top of that mast and the leading edge, gee whiz. Same thing here on this part of our superstructure. Both of these sponsons here. And this. Trying to get a little bit of light on this edge. It's basically the same thing we did with the turret over here. We kind of already did that on this side. Didn't have it over there on the other side. Back to our much lighter stuff here. Again, that's pretty much just our fast matte white. Okay, there's too much paint on that brush. Let me back away a little bit. Now we got some more spotlight or signal lights over here, actually, I think. Yeah, AD, I mean, maybe in some ways it's helpful because there was not the funds there to try and get another one of the bamboo printers, and well, I guess I can wait and see if they actually are putting out a new printer. I don't know if that would be to start next year or if it would be at the very end of this year. And let me lighten this up a bit more on the leading edge of that stack. Where's a... I'll just use you as a blending brush. This is talk about a micro blending brush. More of my light on that side. Now I've got that light in here. I'm going to try to take maybe this, mix it with this, so it's kind of a mid-range gray. I definitely am hoping so, Grand Oracle. Actually, Paul was supposed to, well, if I can get things going here, he was supposed to come here and just, shall we say, run me through some of the version 3 changes there. So that was, kind of a quick little training session on 3rd edition, I guess, if you want to call it that. Again, I'm not quite sure how that's going to impact all of the campaign books that I have, and the theater selector type stuff. I think September, Grand Oracle, that is the target date for the release on that. I don't know if it's early September, mid, late September, whatever. No, I don't know about that. I am going to try and get a little... Yeah, let's do that on this one too. Yes. Okay, yeah, that was a little too much there. They're not casting that much of a shadow there. Back to my very light stuff here. No, that would be just kind of pointless to try and get any light that far down in there. I kind of have to realize too, these are 1/1800 scale. So there's maybe some things that you just don't do in a 1/1800 scale for obvious reasons. Like going too crazy with things like weathering. That even works that way, say, Flames of War scale vehicles or something. No, I won't do the back of that, but this side of the superstructure here, I'm going to make that a little lighter. Also this. Yeah, go back till we get some more here. A lighter edge on that turret there. Shall we get... Oh yeah, this thing. We're going to get some of these guys a little bit later. Also, this part of the catapult. Lighter here. Over here. Oh, yeah, there was some history made over the weekend. And that, let's see, after about the 400th game of Battlestar Galactica, I finally was a Cylon from the get-go. I mean, the ordinary average odds there is about 1 every 3 games. You should probably end up being a Cylon at some point. I had played, well, dozens of games, nary once a Cylon. So we were able to crush the humans. We basically kept dropping off Centurions in the little shopping mall, the little gift shop that they had in the starboard nacelle. Although actually that wasn't what ended up killing them. It was all of their civilian ships got destroyed and they had no population left. It was a fairly resounding victory for the Cylons. Which was kind of impressive because there was only 2 of us in a 7-player game. Yeah, something like that. Of course, I played Zarek as always. I'm going to take this gray here, maybe with a little bit of our indigo in it. Maybe a little more of the indigo, darken that down. Is that little ragged right here. We're going to sharpen this up. Also get a little bit of our light in there. Think of it as some reflected light from the water onto the hull. Especially since it is kind of that darker bluish gray. Well, now this is kind of testimony to just how dark I did get that bluish gray, because this color here that I'm putting on, I'm thinking it's pretty dark, and it's actually looking really light. Just gonna work my way down the hull here, all along this port side. we need? I think we've already we've done more of this on the starboard side. I can see. I might. Here, let me get back to my really light stuff here. Might be a couple of areas. Ooh, that's too much thinner. I'm gonna keep grabbing some more of this till there we go. That's another area here that we didn't quite get. Okay, now let's spread this out like you do. Trying to make it as irregular as possible. Some of that up here. What's next? Light all the way out to the edge of our base. A couple of these waves, not all of them, but a few, and then back to this churn stuff here. Let me go back to my seafoam green. I don't know, I should probably have a little more of the Prussian blue in that. Possibly a little darker. Try this again. And if you recall, our primer is that we take the basically black primer, we mix it with the Liquitex ink or the Green Stuff World inks or whatever. I just did a video a couple weeks ago, taking different Badger primers, whether it was the gray or the black or even the yellow primer, and then mixing different inks with them, and wow, got a whole bunch of different really interesting primer results there. So that is something you can do. You can take those inks, you can mix them with primer, especially the Stynylrez, and all of a sudden you got yourself a whole bunch of different primer colors to work with. Because this side here, I didn't want that to be quite as light as what we had right by the stern there. So Roland, these we were painting the Armada ships. Now those were for Mantic's Armada game. Let me see if I can find. Here we go. So we're painting tons and tons of these, but there's not too many left to paint because I've kind of painted the vast majority of all the fleets. And I wanted to, well, when we discovered these 1/1800 scale ships here, and I thought it could be a very interesting way to show not just the water effects, but also different weathering effects, different camo patterns. Now, Warlord Games has, it's called Victory at Sea. That's there. Again, it's a smaller, the ships are much smaller than these. But I could, in theory, use their rules or some other ship game. I'm sure there's probably a 1/1800 scale ship combat game that's out there. I just mostly wanted to do these just because, well, it would be really fun to do them. And I thought we could really show some very interesting techniques and different, well, even like here, the heavy gloss gel, right, showing how that's really nifty for the water. And then doing things like the Dazzle camo, like we did on Roma and on South Dakota here. So yeah, well, obviously this is a fictional ship, but I think they do have Montana class and H class ships. It would be maybe more like that big. So I could, in theory, just maybe take those rules and plus up some of the distances or whatever. Or I could just make my own. Lots of options, I think. Yeah, there's probably a lot of different options in terms of that. So that wow, well, it's interesting, Grand Orca, because I've never seen the ships in person. I've only seen them in the promo pics, and they seemed they had to be much smaller. I wasn't sure how they could be much smaller, right? I mean, I don't know how you could really cast that. Actually, Grand Oracle, it horrifies me to even think of this as a cast ship. It was difficult enough as a printed ship. But I've never actually, even at Little Wars, I didn't. They didn't have any of the Victory at Sea stuff out. I think some of it might have been on the shelves, but I didn't actually see any of it. No, that is just too late. I'm gonna have to take that away. Yeah, didn't GHQ? Oh no, it was Micronauts maybe, or does GHQ do Micronauts? Because those were the really, really, really tiny sailing ships. Let me see if we can't scare up a little bit more of the light in here. Do we get the out to the end? Out to the end here. So that once you start getting a decent amount of ships going here, like we do, especially when they're both. Here, let's line these up like so. It's kind of because all of a sudden now that starts to become like a nice little solid piece of ocean right there. Ah, so they do mark. Okay, I thought so. It's been a while since I've seen those. Ironically enough, Grand Oracle, those ships are still here somewhere. Well, they're probably in the garage right now, but I do still have those. I know I painted a couple of them, but that was with the acrylics. Can you imagine Grand Oracle? We could probably blast through an entire squadron of those in one stream. And let me see if I can get a little bit more light down in here on that deck. Actually, let me look at my reference again real quick. How light did they go on that? Eh. Like here, I mean, he could have the float planes here on the aft portion, but I think I actually did. Oh yeah, I used Sculpey. I used Sculpey, and I actually made a base for it. Didn't even. I don't even think I was even using things like the heavy gloss gel yet. That's too. I'm gonna tone that down a little. Might go a little further with this here. I was just thinking, like on the sails, right? We could kind of use some of our staining colors on that. We could potentially just do like a little dry brushy thing on there, and then do the pinline wash over that, and that would be, again, I think make some real short work of it. So see you later, Grand Oracle. As always, thanks for being here. Let me lighten you up a little bit there too. So let me see, we got these three here, 2 aircraft carriers for 5 and 6. And oh yeah, and then of course our other Italian ship that's all prepped and ready to go. I might let's see, for next Monday. I think we'll go with speaking of more ships. Maybe we'll do a couple of the cruisers. Maybe that Cleveland class. And I know I have at least, I think it's a Trento class cruiser for the Italian Navy. Might be fun to do both of those at once. We haven't done two different navies in the same stream yet. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. Ah, I'm gonna try and get me a little touch of the on the bottom of those windows and these two. Blending brush, however, for these things. There we go. That looks. Whoops. Wait a minute. Let's not get too crazy with putting our hand there. Okay, let's do this instead. Ah, this is another one over here. We've got. Oh, that's why. First, let me try to use the light here to try and sharpen up the edge of that. And that might just do it. Yeah, maybe we don't have to come back with the dark again. And as we close in on the 4-hour mark, remember again, that was, it started out just exactly like that. That's what it was to begin with. We took our filbert brushes, did the dry brushy stuff, and then we started to do some of the glazy type stuff, right? The pin line washes in some cases, something a bit more like a regular glaze in others. I think I'll lighten up the forward edge of that a smidge too. Mooring cleats. This portion of this deck up here into the superstructure again. If I make it too light, probably not advisable. These stacks, I'm going to try and go, let me see if I can make these just dark. I'm going to take the Mars black, some of the indigo, which kind of deepens that. So that is, okay, that is looking darker now. With the darker colors, sometimes it can be a little bit of a difficulty to see just how dark he actually did get it because, well, it's kind of freshly painted and it's darker. So ironically enough, you're going to see more of the shininess there. That shininess is going to make it seem a whole heck of a lot lighter than it is. When it dries, since this is Mars black and indigo, that is going to dry very, very, very matte. 80, I know it's super, super, super late for you. I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, see how things are going. Obviously, was it the 11th? Well, that's Kate's birthday too. That's I'll tell you what we're trying to do there, depending on how jury duty stuff plays out. So thanks again, Arid. Sorry, AD, and I'll shoot you a message. Well, later today, because it's 2:26 here, 3:26 for you. And again, I hope that wrist just keeps getting a little bit better, or a lot better each day. Edge of the turret, they're a little bit lighter. That's actually a decent amount lighter there that I could do on that turret. Now, one of the things that popped up in my image search for this for some reference is there is a Lego version. Well, somebody anyway created a Lego version. Obviously, I think just about every ship has a Lego version of it. Now, you know what? The top of this. Wow, how can I make that lighter? Wow, look at that. Yeah, these are all your kind of towers for your rangefinders for all of your secondary armaments here. I think I need to get a little bit more light on that platform there. These are so much more spread out than they are, well, especially on that South Dakota class. I mean, take a look at just how much more spread out that is. Those things are spread out almost half the length of the South Dakota class, and here they're all just kind of munched up together there in the Citadel. This is as light as I can go on these two. Oh, there's another one of our machine gun mounts. Kind of lost my edge on that one. Lighter on this. So, okay, now we've been playing around with a lot of the lighter stuff. How's about we go back the other direction here? Indigo, Mars Black, some thinner in here just to break it down, but not so much, right? If it becomes a pinline wash, it's just going all over the place. Not at all what we're looking for. We got pretty dark there with our pinline wash in those gun mounts. This is also for maybe a little extra detail slash separation here in our Chicago piano anti-aircraft gun mounts here. This is on the top of this turret. It's a little bit too rough there. See, all I had to do is just take this blending brush to it. Same on this one. Actually, a few of those. This one even. Over here too. So just kind of brushstroke maintenance. That's kind of what we refer to this sometimes. Typically a after hour 3 and onwards. So yeah, that's we take a brush like this. It really has no paint on it, and then what we're really doing is just getting rid of the excess paint. You get rid of the excess paint. There's not this height difference between all the brush strokes because there's not that physical paint there. You get rid of that height difference, all of a sudden it seems like you've just blended that paint. You really haven't. All you did was just reduce the amount of stuff that the light can kind of bounce off of. Because that's what it's doing. It's bouncing off of those raised brush strokes. Now this is, okay. That was a bit more than I was looking to do of our rust in there. But we'll leave it there because it might be interesting. You know what? Here, let me get some of that on by the anchor here. Where's that blending brush? I will use this thing right here. And just, yeah, see, taking that was a little bit of a weird sharp edge there, more rust there. I don't want to go bonkers with this. We do want to thank Lito Shadows Gaming. Lito Shadows, how the heck are you doing? Everybody, please give Lito Shadows Gaming a follow. So Lito Shadows, is it? What is it? But like booth 3945 at Gen Con. If you want to share where your location is going to be, please go ahead and do that. And of course, what were we using to do all of our glazy stuff here? All of our pin line wash is all done with the paint scythe. Again, that is from Lethal Shadows Gaming. Of course, you can change these out very easily. That's the paint scythe. You have the paint weaver, the new airbrushes, which get USB powered. You can use them plugged in, or you can just operate them for however much charge you have in there, and they're very quiet. So 24.59. Okay, I knew there was a 9 and a 5 and a 4. I thought there was a 3 in there somewhere. So 24.59. Okay, so these are 3D printed ships. You do not have a 3D printer and you don't want to deal with it. Well, that's not a problem, because you just go to Lethal Shadows Gaming, and they must have at least 30,000 different STL files. With that many files, there is a high degree of probability they will have multiple things that you might want to be painting. So let them do the printing. This way you don't have to deal with all that. And of course, Lethal Shadows, if you wanted to post, let's see, the bits, right? The imperfect bits. Yes. Let them know about the imperfect bits. What we're going to try and get here. Let me look at my side view. I'm getting back to my reference here. Come on. Okay, well, that still can be pretty light then. All right, good to know. Good to know. So again, booth 2459, and of course the Lethal Shadows booth is always extremely impressive from a visual standpoint. Maybe even, if anything else, just go there to see that, because it's always quite the sight to see. I think you'll get a kick out of that. This really does need to be a smidge lighter here. So that is the imperfect bits. Again, if you want to get some printed stuff for a little bit less, and you don't mind maybe do a little bit of fixing, a little bit of sculpting here and there, or if you just want something for a kit bash, or to maybe practice some sculpting on to fix it or whatever. These are prints that maybe have a teensy little something on them, but that still means that they don't go out the door, except in the imperfect bits box. Nah, that's fantastic. So again, check out the imperfect bits box. Again, you can get yourself a whole bunch of fabulous 3D printed stuff. Oh, and actually, Lethal Shadows, let them know about your resin. Speaking of which, and printing and all that, for folks that do print, Lethal Shadows Gaming has also developed, is it one resin or two resin? I think it's at least one resin. And I do believe it's a pound of, again, most likely 90% or better fine prints. I mean, if you're looking to just do something like for your armies or whatever, something that is 95% perfectly printed might be just fine. So again, that you got the paint weaver, you have the paint scythe. I do believe that you also have the little paint stands for folks that are the paint scepter. I think that's what those are called. So again, for those that actually do print, like we print here, give the new Lethal Shadows gaming resin a look-see. I will here. Let me get a little of her bluish gray back in there. Any later down here? Yes, let's try that here. Let me take some of this gray. Ooh, okay, that's going to be too late. Here, let's not have it be too overboard. Let's try that. And here, and I think that is just about right. Okay. Need to do it on this side, but being right-handed, who would have thought the starboard side would be the more difficult side for the right-handed person? Go figure. We work this down here a little bit further with our light. So these 1/1800 scale ships, Lee McCall, My Mini Factory. He's got fleet packs. This was not part of a fleet pack. I don't think so. This was all of our Italian ships, or like the Roma. That was definitely part of a fleet pack. So far, I've got mostly individual stuff. I do have the U.S. Early War Fleet Pack. I'm going to, for sure, get, say, the IGN Fleet Pack, the Kriegsmarine, definitely the Regia Nationale. So we'll be getting the French Navy because Jean Bart and Richelieu and Surcouf, I want to definitely be painting those ships. Because the really interesting historical ships. You know what? I am going to make the back of this tower in the superstructure a little teensy smidge lighter also. This stack. The lighter this is, the more, the darker this is. So that's supposed to be almost basically black, which means we need to get this lighter. As in, maybe this much lighter. Ah, there we go. Yeah, see, as this gets lighter, everything is relative, is it not? No, I'm not going to lighten that up under there. That would be a little too much, though. This is that ice blue, which is a perfect way to lighten up your gunmetal or battleship gray. To have that little hint of a blue to it. And we move further down here to that sponson, these sponsons. A little more light on the stack here. Again, the more light that has, the more this stuff will appear to be actually, well, black. Trying to get, there we go. I think we didn't do, no, we didn't do the edge there. Now we've got it. Do I want to get a little bit later on my deck wood here? Oh, thanks, Neshlin. That's 4 months in a row. Thanks, Neshlin. How you doing? Happy Tuesday to you. So great to see you. So Neshlin, this has been fun. This is well, it's basically it's going to be the first one of our, shall we say, imaginary ships. a ship that never existed. We will be doing the H class, of course, and eventually we will get to modern day stuff. I guess I just saw today that the scrapping process for the Nimitz has begun. So that is it's kind of weird to be thinking of that as now being no, not just mothball, but being scrapped. It does seem a little bit odd. Well, I guess the thing about having old aircraft carriers is that they're designed to launch F-15s and all that kind of stuff. They're not really designed to launch F-35s and F-22s. So I suppose just having I don't know if they could put the new catapults on the older carriers. I can't imagine why not. Of course, there is always the conversation about recommissioning some of the Iowas again. In this day and age of drones and everything else, it gets very expensive when you're shooting down $45 or $50 you know drones with $200,000 missiles. That's fantastic, Neshland. Neshland, if there's anything you've been working on, if you wanted to post that in the chat or something, well, we'll definitely go ahead and do that. So great to see you again there, Neshland. So yeah, there is a chance that you start seeing some much older ships because this kind of anti-aircraft, well, what is it? What's old is new. So instead of just straight up missile defense, now you kind of need to have this so that your missile defense does not get overwhelmed by a couple $100 worth of drones. I would imagine that something like an Iowa class ship, you could launch an awful lot of drones from that too. Maybe I'll throw a smidge more of the light out here, and also on this turret, which got a little bit wonky here. I think I know what happened there. I was painting that wave there, and we ended up catching that little bit of the barrel. So let's just reestablish this dark here, like so. Blending brush takes care of that. So 4 hours and 13 minutes ago, well, this was a paint-free object. Yes, it was a blank canvas miniature. Now it is, it's got its water effects. It even has a bit of weathering here and there. Let's take this down a little more. This is the same kind of thing that we do with the edges, say on things like an axe or whatever. I was just doing that sort of sharpening of an edge. Oh, thanks, Foxy. Appreciate that. And of course, well, the more of these we do, we keep finding more and more. I guess if you want to call them shortcuts, you could call them that. We like to call them efficiencies. And as we keep doing this, we'll find more and more and more efficiencies. Some ships might be a little bit more difficult than others. Obviously, the aircraft carriers go pretty quick for obvious reasons. I'll be curious to see just how many fleet carriers there are in the IGN fleet, or his fleet pack anyway. Kind of hoping that at least the 4 midway carriers are in there. No idea. Lethal Shadows. Unfortunately, there's yet another thing to worry about, and that is jury duty, which would be potentially on July 11th. So we will see what happens with that. Everything right now is all on hold until we determine what's going on there. So I did talk to Ken from Badger. He would just, on his way down, he would just come and grab me. Which I think he might have he might have actually done that once. So yeah, because he's got to basically go by here on his way down. I would not be bringing a whole lot of miniature type stuff. We wanted to kind of keep things a bit more simplified. Oh, that's right, I have to start ordering some watercolor boards. Or at least big illustration boards so that we can have some larger things to paint in the booth. So yeah, Lethal Shadows, talking to a few folks. There's an awful lot of ways to get yourself in a bit of contempt. Not so much the person that's on trial. And of course, this isn't one of the well, basically the one you don't want to be on. Yes, this is the one in the part of town where the jail is right there. Not really a place you want to be hanging out in. It's certainly not the civil court downtown. Now let's get some of our light up here. Over here too, blending brush again. Over here on that edge. Do we want to try and squeeze a little bit on the underside of this kind of turret? Yeah, let's do that. So Lethal Shadows, hopefully there will be no mischief with any of the pallets or anything like that. So many weird things have happened with those. And I'm sure that you'll be pretty much going 24 hours a day every day until, well, basically, let's see, when would you be heading out? I guess it's, well, the first official day is August 1st. So you'll certainly be there already by July. Yeah, Lethal Shadows, I can only imagine because you have a whole lot of stuff showing up there. That was something I was hoping if there was some kind of ace in the hole, was that, well, I need to be out of here pretty soon, and it's not just for some little vacation or something. Let me double check here. What do we have? I don't think, well, let me see if I can maybe make one little crest or something like here. One or two little crests of the waves a little lighter up here. in the non-ship affected water. Like so. So Ken's setup is, well, shall we say it's a wee bit simpler than yours. So it would most likely be that Wednesday. It consists of just bringing in some stuff, setting it out on the table, and done. Yours is just a wee bit more complicated. It's just ever so slightly more involved. Trying to just make sure that's a little bit flatter there. A little less variation in some of the shades. Yeah, this is pretty much just Ken and I hauling in some boxes. Most of it goes under the table. A few things go on the table. One sign done. And that's the extent of it. Well, Foxy, thank you so much for being here. I'm glad you were able to catch a stream, and hopefully there was some fun bits of info in here that you'll be able to translate into some of your stuff. So thanks again for being here. Appreciate that. Let me see if I can't get a little bit of that on the anchor here. Done that. Touch a little bit more of our light over there. Actually, I haven't looked at Bambi to Cam to see how Bambi is doing. Oh, actually, Lethal Shadows. Geez, that's right. So I've been hearing that I guess it's not all that long from now that Bamboo might be doing a new printer that would be larger than the X1. So even though I don't know if that sale is even going on anymore, but I was just starting to wonder, is it better to just say, well, it's kind of a moot point anyway, but save the shekels there for the new larger version, I guess, of the X1. Because definitely need to have a second one here. But I just thought instead of maybe getting another one of the same thing, if there's going to be one that is actually bigger, I might lighten this up a little bit here. Now here I'm just looking to tighten up that edge on this side. Now is that that's not their next version of the X1, right? Oh, that's the X1. Okay. Fine, let me throw a little more light on the leading edge of that. And the lighter these stacks are, I didn't really want to lighten them up this much, but by making these lighter, what we did up there certainly gets a whole lot darker. Finding a little bit more light on the end of that thing. Now on are these secondary mounts. I'm going to try and find some, yeah, here. A little more light towards the front of that. Come on, a little bit of chunk of whatever on that brush. Get rid of that. No, let's get this one lighter up here first. Let me do the corners here, I think. On these turrets. like that. Corners on these. Some up here. Lighten up that corner too. Oh, another one of these mooring cleats. I'm going to see if I can get some of my rust color around that. Where'd that one go? Here it is. Might try to do a few more. Let me take this brown here, and that is one of our new from Gamblin, the reclaimed earth colors. I'm gonna try and now go with maybe a couple of areas here where we are gonna let a little bit more of our weathering show through. Now that we've kind of gone along the edge of this and really sealed, yeah, here we got that line going now. Getting a little bit more of the rust coming down there, not too much. Maybe, you know what? I'm going to put a little bit of that up here. Underneath that machine gun mount on that super firing turret. A little bit of that also down here. Fine, we'll try and get a little streak of that here also on the stack. Other side of, nope, gotta refresh that. Not too much thinner though. Not too much of that thinner. Yeah, we go bonkers with all the weathering stuff. That just it's take a little too far. It can happen with regular vehicles too, right? You don't want to go too heavy on things like the weathering. I mean, it happens for sure, but it can be that the temptation is to just really do a whole lot of it. Sometimes less is more, and usually more is way too much. That doesn't happen with oil paints. It happens sometimes with weathering. Because it just looks so nifty, you get all excited about it, and the next thing you know, it's, well, maybe we didn't need quite so much. Maybe it looks like it's already sunk. Hopefully we didn't go too far down the side of that. Oh well. We'll roll with it as it is. I can actually also take away a little bit of that too. There we are. Bit more of my light along the edge of that too. So again, about 4.5 hours ago, this was only a mixture of the Steinerez black primer and the Liquitex blue, or is it Prussian blue, I think? Yeah, Liquitex Prussian blue. And of course, so we've started to do some of our bolt action figs here. This is all dry, so I'm going to be getting the flock and foliage on there. We painted, what, 4 of those on our July 4th stream. We'll be doing more of those as it gets closer to the release of 3rd edition bolt action. Because reasons, right? You saw some 3D printed bits on there. Some trees and roses from Make It Epic. I gotta print up some more of those bog myrtle bushes too. Okay. No, I'm not gonna lighten that up. Now I want to leave those darker. Let me try and go super dark into those again. Let me try this here. So again, some of the Mars black, some of that indigo. We thin it down enough, not to a pinline wash though. I'm going to try this one more time. Oh, that might just be doing it there. Might have already kind of taken care of that here. Blending brush again. Our again, anti-aircraft mounts, a couple hits on those. What else are we doing on this here? Let's get the couple little darker areas on that also up here. Yeah. I'm looking at where the water's hitting that side. Might try to get a little bit of our let me try and get some of our latest light right along the edge of the water here, if we can. But let's see. Well, now it is after 3 in the morning, and we have a whole bunch of stuff to do. We have a video to edit and render. So this is the point where we'll say thank you for all the bits and the subs and the follows, also the cheers and the raids. And of course, thanks to Armored Wolf for being here to do all the moderations. And thanks to everybody that came in here. Now, remember, we want to get some of those Mahood riders painted, so that'll be really fun. This will be the printing goes ever on versions. Then I wanted to get those Mongolian style yurts, which we will take all of our Candish color schemes and we will freehand those onto, yes, we'll be freehanding all kinds of designs on terrain pieces. Kind of showing yet another thing that displays the power of the oil paints, like this right here. Again, 4 hours and 33 minutes ago, that is what we had. We had a dark blue primed ship, and we've done this right here. So a little bit different. And of course, we will be continuing our Armada Mondays for sure. So here I'm going to get this raid countdown started here with Mika there. And thanks so much, everybody. Appreciate you being here. It's really been fun to do these. I think it's just a .2 donkey, and great to see you again. So again, we will catch you, everybody, on the next stream here. Thank you so much.